It looks like Creator Clash is, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's very, very bad. Let's see here.
Tragic day for the 25 people who thought about going to Creator Clash 3, which is literally in a month and a half. Can we please have
I
a
didn't even
moment of
know about
silence
that.
to the 25 people who are going, please? I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about Creator Clash, the event hosted
I knew
by...
about the one last year. I didn't even know this one was happening at all. They didn't do a good job advertising it in any capacity. This is the video saying that it's falling apart is the first time that I heard about it.
Anissa and Anissa's husband, where influencers, my favorite word of all time, fight other influencers and the money goes to charity. I've said this before, despite the fact that I don't like iDubbbz, I think he's a loser, I think he's a lot of things, I don't want to repeat myself, but I don't want the event to fail because number one, I think it's a good concept. Number two, a certain percentage of whatever the event makes, it goes towards charity. I'm never going to pray on a charity event to go bad. The only people...
I don't think that you can hide behind charity if you're doing something that's problematic. I think that a lot of people do that and they try to say, oh, well, it's for charity, so it's okay. I think that something is either good or bad, and the goodness or badness of it can't really, like, there's like a bit of a shift, right, if you're doing something for charity, but in a general sense, I don't like the idea like, oh, well, I'm doing this for charity, so it's okay for me to do something that's problematic.
That are going to be affected by this are the people that need it the most. So do I want the event to fall and flop like crazy? No. If they had better fighters, this event would be pretty fire. So these are the fights, right? I don't know any of these people. I know this guy, the odd one out. I like his content.
Let me see. Do I know any of these people? Okay, so this guy already dropped out. So this is the main title card fight, and this guy dropped out. I know Tubbo and Snapnap.
Don't know any of these...
I know Myth.
People. I know this guy.
I know Will
Neff. I like his content. OG YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken.
Not sure if I know
Don't
Freddy.
know. Oh yeah, I know this guy. I like their videos. I believe she works for the H3 podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
She works for the H3 podcast? That's a little bit awkward, isn't it? That's really awkward. Oh, geez.
So the event is pretty mid. Just looking at who's fighting, it makes you want to fall asleep. The event is doing absolutely horrible. It's about to go triple cardboard. And who is to blame for this? iDubbbz. He has barely promoted this event, and on top of that, on his most successful video that he's had in years, probably in half a decade, he never once mentioned Creator Clash 3. Now,
it's crazy that you used your real estate to promote Frogan instead of your event. Oh God, what a bad call. Jeez, what a bad call.
The content comp was for two things: for money, because I'm sure he needs it, and to build some buzz around the event, right? He never mentioned Creator Clash 3 once, which I thought was pretty stupid. I was like, well, if you're gonna scoop that low to make a video on your former friend and then spread lies, I would respect you a little more if you plug. So I saw this tweet, and this is pretty much the inspiration behind this video. Drummer posted
from live at a rally. Okay, I'll watch it after this. Remind me.
It's not looking too good for Creator Clash 3. And they show this Ticketmaster graph. This is not good. This is not good at all. Now, in my opinion, this card would have been a lot better if it had Frogan somewhere on here. Maybe me versus Frogan. I think that will be pretty hard. Honestly, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, give us entertaining fight. Who cares about 90% of these? And I'm being very...
I think this is a very fair criticism, is that the title card fights aren't very interesting. And because of that, the event probably won't do very well. I don't think this is really a result of iDubbbz's reputation or a result of the content cop. I think it's just the, it's just the content of the character, right? The content of the event itself.
Generous, more like 98%. I do think they're going to cancel it because for whatever reason, iDubbbz thought it would be smart to book it at this arena, right? This arena has a 21,000 people capacity. Now, maybe if this was 2015 or 2016, maybe even 2017, iDubbbz could have sold this out within a few weeks. But this is 2025 iDubbbz we're talking about. I'm sure he would have a hard time selling out at a
2020, 2014, 2015 iDubbbz would have had a better lineup, and so it wouldn't have been a problem. And this is also the issue with like a declining popularity thing like this, is that whenever you have a declining like viewer base, obviously somebody doesn't want to get punched in the face in front of 5 people, but they'd be willing to do it in front of 50,000. So the more people that you can get to watch something, the higher the appeal is to get people to participate in it. That's just how it is. Yeah, Leafy versus iDubbbz. That's a good one.
Chili's or at a fucking In-N-Out establishment, let alone a 21,000 people capacity. I have a question, and hopefully someone out there could answer this for me. Who is managing the books for iDubbbz? Who told them it was a good idea to rent out this 20,000+ people capacity arena? This is just unrealistic. And at his peak, this would have been low-key kind of hard to sell as well. I think mistake. A 10,000 people capacity would have been perfect. This is going to lose money like crazy. And on top of that, you have to pay the fighters, right? And there's a whole bunch of other expenses. It's not only, oh, let's rent the arena. It's everything else.
That's a good idea. You could have Sender versus the other VTubers, and then maybe her boyfriend could come in halfway through the match and help her.
That comes with that. In case you guys don't remember, the last Creator Clash lost $250,000, $250,000, and iDubbbz had to go on Twitch for like 10 to 12 hours to raise money for charity.
Jesus.
Respectable.
I have some bad news to share with you. I really don't want to share it. I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one, but this is the path that I chose, so I think it's best to be transparent. We lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once our expenses are paid off for the event, like all the minimums of like, you know, broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff, once that's all paid off, then we can start paying the charities. Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point.
Jesus.
Right? We're $250,000.
So why'd you do it again? I feel like, to me, I would say, bro, we didn't make any, like, let's try something else.
Red. Yeah. Just look at this. This is brutal. If the event does go on, they're most likely going to just close these and just have these. So it becomes, what, a 10,000 people capacity? I mean, iDubbbz, you're going to be realistic. No one really likes you. No one really cares about you anymore. And I think on top of that...
Jesus.
This roster just sucks, dude. It's generally...
And again, their title card fighter just dropped out.
90% shitty. Hope I'm wrong. Right? Because I don't want money to be taken away from charity. I am willing to bet that in about 2 to 3, 4 months, iDubbbz is going to upload a video talking about how Creator Clash 3 completely flopped, and he's going to have to sell his house for Creator Clash 4. He has no idea what he's doing with his life. Then we get this update. They have removed all the upper bowl sitting, which was what I was just
Why would you even do? That's not even like...
about. If I was iDubbbz or Anissa, I would be freaking the fuck out. I don't know how much it costs to rent
I would find a way to cancel that shit. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I would say,
can't
like,
imagine
yeah, bro,
being
like,
cheap.
this
I
is
do
it.
believe the content cost was definitely for money to fund Creator Clash 3. At this rate, we'll probably get 3 more content cops just so they can fund the fucking arena. I do think this might be the last one. Once again, hope I'm wrong. I think it's a pretty interesting concept. It's just horribly...
He's damaged his reputation too much for people to want to interact with him willingly. That's just the truth.
Managed. The only time you hear about it is when there's drama with iDubbbz. No one genuinely cares for most of the fighters. And on top of that, iDubbbz is not even promoting it. It says right here, Creator Clash 3 has discounted about half of all available seating and reduced their price for seats also by about half. This is so close to the ring. It used to go for $215 and now it's going for $117. Now I think this is a bit further, but still. And once again, the only person that you could blame is iDubbbz. And then we got this. Jake Paul announced his next boxing event will be the same day as iDubbbz's Creator Clash 3.
Oh my god. Oh jeez.
I mean, I'm not going to watch either, truth be told. I don't give a fuck about Jake Paul or his boxing career. He's always boxing people that are so old or people
Jake Paul's going to kill it? Yeah, people like Jake Paul.
Past their prime, so
well, they might not like him, but they want to see him get knocked out.
I'll probably go towards the Jake Paul one. If you're paying $30 to $50 for a boxing event, who are you going to see? iDubbbz? Who's not even fighting?
I remember even my dad had an opinion about the Mike Tyson one.
or are you going to see Jake Paul? It low-key feels like they're doing this on purpose to sabotage themselves and then play victim. Of course, that's just my insane tinfoil conspiracy theory mode going on, but it just doesn't make any sense. If I'm iDubbbz, right, and I'm going all out, I'm gonna revive a dead series that I hated doing, I might as well plug my boxing event, right? I have no shame at this point. So here I am on the Ticketmaster website. I'm nowhere near Florida, but if I was in Florida, I would go to the event if it even happens in the first place. So I'm recording this video April 25th.
It's kind of sad because I remember the first creator clash that happened was so fucking popular. Like, everybody was there. All of the popular internet people were there and everything. And it seems like, I think this is another big issue. It's like a meta level issue, is that a lot of these like big events, they were popular because of the COVID. Like, it was like a second order effect from COVID, where like COVID blew up people's audiences a lot. And because of these larger audiences that were created artificially, you had a lot of people that were creating these public events and they were gaining popularity. But now that things have stabilized more, you had a lot of that fall apart.
And yeah, it's Jesus, this is rough. I would not be surprised if they close this section as well. I mean, look at this section, dude. $212. Is iDubbbz going to personally come over and give me a hand job for this money? At this point, my conspiracy hat is back on. Does he want the event to flop on purpose? This is a tragic way to go out. And I do think it's going to get canceled unless they want to perform in front of 50 to 80 people. I mean, as long as charity gets money, I guess that's all that matters. I guess
they're not going to get the money if the people don't show up, because that's how they make
Hassan
money.
Piker and that part of the community. They absolutely no favors. Yeah, man, it's looking rough, but you know, this is what he chose. When you look at the actions have consequences. But with that said, what do you guys think of the situation? Are you guys going to sorry. Are you guys going to Creator Clash 3? If you are, let me know. Let me know how it is. Let me know in the comments below. I'll just be waiting for iDubbbz to announce the fact that it performed absolutely horribly and now they're in debt.
He should cancel it.
He's going to have to stream for like 35 hours to make the money up. But I don't know. Only time will tell. But anyways, I'm out. Subscribe to the channel so I can fight in Creator Clash 4. That's going to
okay. Well, here's the thing, right? I'll give this guy, I've never watched his videos before. I'll link it to you guys real quick. I think this actually had nothing to do with any drama with the content cop or anything like that. I don't think it had anything to do with it. I think it's just simply that the event wasn't really that interesting. It's basically compounding off of the lack of interest from the previous event, a reduction in people that are willing to be title card fighters. And I think all of these things happening came together and it damaged the event in a way that I don't think is recoverable. I don't think Creator Clash is really going to do very well. I don't think they're going to make their money back. And I think overall it's going to be a negative.
I have not been the same since we had lunch. You explained. I have not been the same since we had lunch. You explained to me, and I've said it here, the fabric of space-time might be woven by wormholes that connect the virtual particle pairs that come in and out of existence.
So it's like a little quantum net holding the whole universe together.
Exactly right. We find mathematically, if we cut the threads of quantum entanglement, space falls apart. It discretizes into little tiny pieces and then just disappears.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a personal astrophysicist. I got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, baby.
What's up, Neil?
All right, all right. You know what we're going to talk about today?
I do not.
The only way to talk about physics
Okay.
is to talk about physics with Brian Green in
That
the
is
house.
true. That
Thank
is
you.
true.
Thank you.
You got to, you
it's-
can't. It's empty
We're
unless
not-
you have Brian Green in the conversation.
Absolutely.
And he's just up the street, up at Columbia. You're a dual professor of physics and professor of mathematics.
That's right. That's
Wow. You get paid twice for
Yeah.
that?
right. But I go to no faculty meetings. I'm always in the other department.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm math today.
So you're author of several books, Until the End of Time. Was that your more recent
That's
one?
my most recent.
And
yes.
that came out how long ago?
2020, right at the pandemic.
Right
what
at
a
the
moment to have a book called Until the End of Time,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And the one I think most people know, if they know you at all, The Elegant Universe. There's another one, The Fabric of the Cosmos,
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
That was the next one.
Hidden Reality.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
about multiple universes.
Right.
Man,
Yeah.
so he's all up in
Right. I believe the fabric of the universe is a tweed.
it. A tweed. A satin
A
weave.
satin weave.
So welcome back to the show. This
Thank
is like you're more than a three-peat, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And you're involved in a lot of things. You're writing the book, other than being professor, you're writing the books. And are we in the 15th year of your World Science Festival? How many
Yeah,
years have you been
That's
doing
right. We
this?
started 2008. So if you just subtract, it's even a little bit more. But the pandemic changed things a little bit.
Pandemic,
Yeah,
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 okay.
yeah. But
right.
yeah, we're coming up to
Just-
probably the 15th live event.
Congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
Although it's a little audacious to hold it in New York and call it the World Science Festival.
But we don't only have it in New York. We also have it in Australia. And we've had events in Amsterdam, in Moscow,
Look
you know,
at
I
that.
got nothing. I can't.
in
I can't-
Italy,
Mm.
in Spain.
I know.
I try to.
Yeah.
And by the way, New York is the world.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. I mean, for anybody out there listening, I'm sorry. You go to Paris, you find Parisians. You know, you go to England, you find the Brits. But you
Yeah.
come to New York, you find everybody.
Audacious would have been like the Cosmic Science Festival. Or the,
yeah.
you know, then you would have had a point. You know?
Well,
Yes.
congratulations on bringing it to the world,
Thank you.
or taking it to the world. And what I enjoyed most about the several that I've attended is the effort to bring the arts into
Yeah,
it in
yeah.
a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Oh,
There are many artists who I would later learn are not rare, who are inspired by science and
Yeah.
the universe and discoveries, and they will compose dance and
Right,
music,
music.
and you have a mixture of these sessions.
We do. I mean, the goal is to have science feel connected to everything that matters to us. And of course, culture is a big part of
Culture and
that.
arts matter to everybody.
In fact, now with AI, we're doing a program on the arts in the age of artificial intelligence. So how is
Interesting.
AI changing how artists approach their work and how
Mhm.
scientists think about art?
There'll be
Yeah.
more unemployed artists.
well,
Yeah, but it's a funny thing.
no, just,
People say
just not
that.
paid. They won't be unemployed. They just won't be
yeah,
paid.
but whenever new technology comes along, like the camera, people are like, okay, now you don't need artists anymore because anyone can just, click. But there are artists who use the camera to
Camera to
create
create
things
things,
that
that's
mere
right.
mortals can't.
And
So-
there are painters who actually take a picture and then they actually paint
Yeah,
the
right,
picture
yeah.
as opposed to having someone sit for a portrait.
But
So-
but that wasn't the biggest issue. The biggest thing, the biggest force operating was you no longer needed the artist to portray reality,
Yeah.
because of course the camera captured that. So that
Freed 'em up.
freed the artist
Yeah, that's right.
to portray impressionistic
Beyond
scenes.
reality.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not what the
Beyond.
scene looks like; it's what the scene
It's
Feels
it's
like,
the
yeah, yeah,
interpretation.
and that
totally.
has
of the scene.
that matters.
And it's huge. I
Huge.
mean, that's what is the magic in so much expression, right?
Mhm.
It's what we do with it as opposed to just literally depicting what's out there. So there are many people who project that AI is going to create, a new kind of art,
Yeah,
just the way
Yeah.
the
That
camera
makes
did.
just the way the
Yeah.
camera
Yeah.
did. So
Yeah.
that still it has to shake out. We
Yeah.
still need to see.
I think AI will it just accelerates creativity. It doesn't replace it because what happens is you have associations that are being made at a level that you as a human being would maybe eventually over a course of
Sure.
years you might make those associations, but the computer can do it almost instantaneously.
Right.
And then you take that and you say, what does that mean to me?
Okay, so
Right.
it pushes you along.
Pushes you
Yeah,
along.
but the flip side of that is if you have a computer creating so much, there's a lot of chaff. you know, that you have to separate out.
So
you know?
true.
So,
Right.
yeah.
It's chaff even when people do.
Yeah.
You're born and raised in New York City.
Yeah, right
Went-
across the street from where we are sitting right now.
You went to
Nice.
Stuyvesant High School,
I
which
did.
is a selective high school that specialized in science, in the way
Yeah.
the Bronx High School of Science specialized. In fact, they're rivals. They're
That's
like
right.
intellectual rivals.
Why do you think that we've wrestled each other now and then? I always lose, though.
You would not like a book if it didn't have equations in
It's
it.
true. It's true.
This is weird.
Yeah, that has changed, I should say. But
That's
So you read a
funny.
novel.
that's right, now and then.
That meant you thought more deeply about math than you thought about words.
Yeah, but the one change I would make to that statement was it was when it came to books for a science class. If the book was chock full of words, I'd feel like, oh no, there's a lot of interpretation that's going to go into this particular science class. But if it was chock full of equations, I was like, nah, this is rigorous. This is going to be specific, and it's going to be something that I can nail because I don't have to interpret. I can just really engage with the equations.
Wow. So
Wow.
In a history class or a literature class, you would have been in tears.
Well,
For the
again,
tasks
it was
required of you.
But it was just for
mostly
science.
just for science. But you're absolutely right. There is a different mindset that you bring to a history class or an English class, which I did not have a full appreciation for when I was younger. That's absolutely true. And as I got older, and especially there's a moment when I graduated college, and I said to myself, I think I just got a technical education as opposed to learning about the world and life and humanity. And I went into kind of a tailspin for a little while because I was like, what did I do? And that really then changed it all for me. And words have become vital to the way I engage with the world.
You think? I mean, given
Wow.
his 4 best-selling books,
Yeah.
but words matter.
That'll
Yeah.
do it.
If you
Yeah.
want to talk to other people who are not physicists.
And if you want to really get the essence of what someone's about, as opposed to quantifying some quality of abstract or objective reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's an enlightened posture.
Yeah,
There.
I've gotten there.
Yeah.
Took me a while.
So what I want to do is follow up. There was a question to our
Cosmic queries.
cosmic queries that I didn't have an answer to.
Oh no, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know. I got to.
We're going to have to get Brian Green
You
in
got to
here.
get the big guns in here.
Yeah.
All right. If I remember the question, it was, what happens if a quark falls into a black hole? You have a quark pair.
Yes.
And we've only ever found them in quark pairs.
Yeah.
Okay. And in a normal lab, if you take them and pull them apart, the force that wants to bring them together grows,
Mhm.
which sounds weird when you're used to gravity and other things where distance makes something weaker.
But they're like really creepy identical twins. Like you ever meet identical twins that are like super creepy,
Where they sort of
where
talk
they
together
kind of talk
and
together
walk
and they
together.
got their own language.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
Okay.
right.
So, but it's kind of like a rubber band
Yeah.
because you stretch a rubber band, the force is greater.
Yeah, the gluonic force between
The
them.
gluonic force, because
Look
it
at
is
that,
held
right.
together by
By
gluons.
gluons.
Okay, so now
Okay.
as I pull it apart, there will be a point where it snaps. As I understand my nuclear physics, it snaps with the exact amount of energy you put in, so that out of that energy creates 2 other quarks.
Yeah.
So now I have 4 quarks.
Nice.
Quark anti-quark pairs
Pairs.
produced.
So thank
yes,
you.
yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Pairs.
yeah.
Okay. So now
So you want to see what happens.
you
yeah.
send a pair of quarks down the black hole. It gets split. We make 2 other quarks.
Yeah.
You do. Wait, thank you. Then this- That's very good. And you keep doing this, and so wouldn't the quarks eat the entire gravitational field of the black hole?
Yeah.
And that you wouldn't have a black hole left. You just have a ball of quarks.
You have to realize, number one, that we still don't know the physics of the singularity of a black hole well enough.
Why else did I invite
Yeah.
you into this
Yeah.
office now?
Well, I wish one day I pray
go
that
on,
I'll
bring
sit
the-
here
bring
and
the-
tell you what happens at the singularity
Bring the
of a black
person
hole.
who knows
Yeah.
next time.
But here's the thing: there is nobody on planet Earth who knows the answer, unfortunately, yet.
Okay.
When we follow the mathematics to the actual singularity of a black hole,
Using Einstein general relativity.
using Einstein general relativity, and even some of the modifications that have come from more recent thinking, we're still not there yet to truly understand what happens. But I should say there are ideas. There are ideas of things, I don't know if you've heard of them, called fuzzballs, where there isn't actually a singularity, and the black hole is actually a more fuzzy collection of matter. So there are ideas that people
That
put
makes
forward.
your math come out okay.
Makes the math come out okay, but
Because
we're not
otherwise
sure if
you're
it's right.
What they
Yeah.
say, black holes are where the singularity at the center of a black hole is where God is dividing by zero.
Yeah, that's a Stephen Hawking quip or
Did he say
something.
that?
I think
Yeah.
it is,
So
you know.
do you remember why if you divide by zero,
Well, it's not
it
going
blows
to work
up.
out. Right.
Yeah. And it's actually, in a sense, it's literal, because if you calculate what's known as the scalar curvature, which is a number that characterizes how warped a region of space is,
Okay.
it does go to infinity as you go to the center of a black hole. Just like when you divide by zero, it goes to infinity. In fact, it goes to infinity as the 6th power of your distance. So we know very well how badly behaved the center of a black hole is.
So it goes to
Wow.
infinity fast.
It goes to
Right.
infinity fast.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so if you ask what really happens if something is just being crushed at the center, we can't really answer yet. So is it possible that as a quark-antiquark pair goes, that the tidal forces
Yes.
will create additional quark-antiquark pairs? Sure.
And then you'd have the
But there's a limited
proliferation of
time.
quarks. Making me some sounds?
Yeah.
Right.
So, so there may be a cloud, and there may be some sort of cloud that forms just
Right.
before it hits. Ultimately, we believe it hits the singularity, whatever that means, because we don't really know what the singularity is.
If it's a fuzzball,
yet.
you can have a fuzzball of quarks. Possibly.
Or the fuzzball may have a slightly different impact on the quark-antiquark pair. Maybe before
Influence.
influence on it. Yeah.
Impact.
Yeah,
watch
that's right.
your words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a really good question, but it will have to fully await a full understanding of what truly
Okay,
happens
so me
at the
not being able
center.
to answer it wasn't just my personal ignorance. It's a total ignorance of all humans on Earth.
Yeah, and there.
So I don't feel so bad
And I
now.
should
Yeah.
say there are many questions like that that we're still struggling with. Like, we believe that when any information falls into a black hole, we believe that information does not get destroyed. But for a while, Stephen Hawking thought, no, any information ultimately hits the singularity and leaves our universe. He changed his mind later in life, which just
Was that
goes
his
to show.
famous bet with
Yes,
Kip Thorne?
that's right. So they bet, I think, an encyclopedia, you know, the source of information that we humans have created. So they're
Kip Thorne was one of the executive producers on Interstellar.
Interstellar. Right.
And he sort of spearheaded the effort, among others, but he was the exponent to build the laser interferometry gravitational wave observatory, LIGO, that detected colliding black holes, and he won the Nobel Prize for that.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's significant in our field, and I have at least a few books by him on my shelves. Yeah.
And he was clearly on a level of geekdom where he bets encyclopedias.
Yeah. But in terms of his book,
Yeah.
he wrote an encyclopedic book on gravity and black holes, which is about 1,200 pages just filled with equations. Therefore, I loved it when I was a kid.
But with the Misner Thorne Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
2 copies of that in my office.
2 copies.
Yes,
Do you
one
want
is-
to cross-reference or something?
Want to make sure
One
you-
of them is mine, and
Yeah.
the other one belonged to my wife.
Oh,
has a PhD in mathematical
wow,
physics.
that's so cool.
And we met in relativity class,
Really?
taught by John Wheeler.
What?
who-
Really?
Yes.
You took relativity from Wheeler?
Yes, I did.
That is amazing.
GR from,
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So John Wheeler is one of the authors of this Misner, Thorne, and Wheeler.
Yeah.
And Misner taught physics at University of Maryland.
Charles Misner.
Charles
yeah.
Misner. Yeah. Okay. So I would think of it as a quark catastrophe
Yeah.
that would happen in
Right.
the center of the black hole.
The trouble with quarks. They're like tribbles.
By the way, there's a previous, if we're physics geeking out here,
Right.
there's a previous time, was it 110 years ago, where there's something called the ultraviolet catastrophe.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember it. Well, I wasn't there, but I've learned about it. Yeah, this is the start of
Actually,
quantum physics.
Yeah, it predate 1900.
Right.
It predated Planck, Max Planck,
Oh, okay.
because there was an equation that would show how much energy would come from glowing objects
Okay.
and how much energy of a certain wavelength of light and then another wavelength. And so there'd be the spectrum of what it gives you.
Okay.
And if you follow that equation to higher and higher energies, it blows up. And it was called the ultraviolet catastrophe.
Nice.
Now, we knew that's not happening in the actual universe,
Right.
but we had no theoretical understanding of why the actual universe was not doing what our equation said. So we knew something was missing.
Okay.
And
What was missing?
Max Planck comes along, finish the story.
Yes, and Max Planck comes along and he suggests an idea that he never fully believed. This is interesting. He suggests that maybe the energy only comes in packets of certain quantized sizes. And therefore, your calculation of the amount of energy was biased by assuming that energy could come in arbitrarily large or small amounts. If you assume it only comes in packets of a minimum size, then the total energy inside that cavity
It actually
is
converges
finite.
and drops off.
And it agrees with experiments.
Right.
But the weird thing is,
And he got an equation. The equation is like, holy shit, that this would come out of someone's head
Yeah.
Right.
to make this happen.
Yeah.
It's got an exponential, and an exponential has interesting properties where it goes up and then it comes down again if it's a negative exponent. I mean, there's a fun math in there.
Exactly.
And was it just a fitting function, or did he actually have deep physics insight? do
he
you
had a
think?
model in mind. He really quantized the energy. He broke it up into little bits and redid the calculation, and that's what came out. But then later on, he never fully believed that energy in light, in photons, as we now call it, did come in little packets.
Right.
He said, sure, the math seems to describe it,
But
I'm not willing to go to that next
not all
step
in.
of ascribing a full reality to it. And so it's really Einstein who came along and came up with the idea of photons, more particularly with the photoelectric effect. And that's how
Discrete.
he wins the Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Many people think he won the prize for special relativity or general relativity. No.
My boy could have had 8 Nobel Prizes. His Nobel Prizes are for what he's least famous for.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
But perhaps
That
the
just
most
means you're
impactful.
gangster. That's straight
Yeah.
up. you know?
But in
the
terms of
crumbs that
impact-
spilled
Right,
off his-
exactly.
There
Yeah.
are people winning Nobel Prizes for discovering things that he predicted.
Right.
So if you add everything he predicted to the Nobel Prize count, plus what everything, if they gave out Nobel Prizes for everything you did, I give him 8 Nobel Prizes. What would you give him?
Well, certainly gravitational waves. Although
That's
again,
right, which we
he
just-
didn't fully believe it, but it comes right out of his 1916 and
I'm
1918
saying if you
paper.
give him a Nobel Prize for everything people discovered based on his stuff.
Well, then it's kind of everything. I think.
Person's on the Nobel Prize receiving line said, nope, take it.
Right. It's like that Bugs Bunny first base, Bugs Bunny second base, Bugs Bunny third base, every Nobel Prize
You're right.
is Albert Einstein.
That's the answer right there.
Yeah.
And so, of course, since if energy is quantized, thus is born the branch of physics called
Quantum
physics.
mechanics.
Quantum
Yeah.
mechanics.
Wow.
And that probably has had the greatest impact on life as we know
And that was
it.
the year 1900.
Yeah. Well, 1905 is when Einstein writes his paper on the idea of photons, but Max Planck, you're
Max
right, with
Planck
1900.
was clean
Absolutely,
1900, starting a new century.
Yeah.
Before they even had calculators.
Oh, was that really? Was it that far back?
As you may know, we recently posted a video in response to Terence Howard's appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast where he discussed his interpretation of maths. And key points to take away from that are 1, we should critically analyze all the information we come across, and 2, be open to our views being challenged. Like this new study on dark matter being debunked, for example. It suggests the universe's expansion is not driven by dark energy, but by weakening forces of nature. Now, when it comes to new theories that challenge our accepted understanding of space, it's important to see how different scientific sources are interpreting these new findings to fully understand it. Luckily, Ground News makes this much easier to do. With the Vantage Plan, you get access to original research, plus every article covering it and even insight on each news publication's political bias and credibility context that could influence their reporting. Their founder and former NASA engineer also designed their blind spot feed, which uses patented technology to help us easily step out of our echo chambers and see important news stories we might have otherwise missed. Exposing yourself to diverse perspectives helps ensure that you don't just know enough about an issue to think you're right, but you actually know enough to recognize when you might be wrong. So, avoid the Dunning-Kruger effect, get Ground News, and critically analyze the information you consume, all for $5 a month if you use our link or scan the QR code. You're saving 40% on the same unlimited.
We're old enough to remember when the United States lost the most powerful collider in the world, this superconducting super collider, which there was money allocated. They started digging a hole. What was it, 200 miles circumference? There was some huge, and superconducting, it was going to use superconducting magnets, which had very powerful magnetic fields. And because that was coming of age at the time, it was going to push the frontier. My analysis, so if you read the report, well, there were cost overruns and So we have too many other priorities here. So we're going to zero the budget for this superconducting super collider. And you read the report and say, well, we have other priorities. Plus, this was going to be built in Texas. And if we're going to build the space station, which is based in Houston, Texas was already getting a chunk of change. You know when all this happened? Like between 1989 and 1992, when the debates and then they zeroed the budget. What else was happening over those years? Let me think. Oh my gosh. Peace broke out in Europe. No longer do we need the physicists to protect us from the evil, godless communists. That's what I think was the subtext of that story.
Damn you, Harmony.
Because no other particle accelerator was ever canceled for any reason that was designed, conceived, and built in the 20th century.
Yeah.
So if you grant me one conspiracy theory, grant me that.
But then you think they kept the space station because that was the place where the new battles might be waged? I mean,
possibly.
Was that part of the thinking?
Yeah.
It's what we're looking at right now when you think about it.
Yeah, with the Space Force and everything else. Yeah. So that's where I am on that. But I say this only to note that once that got canceled, the center of mass of particle physics went across the pond to Europe. And then CERN, the European
Center of Nuclear
for
Physics,
Nuclear Research?
Somewhere in there, yes.
It's a French acronym when the words are in the French order or something.
Gotcha.
It goes there. And I think our lawmakers don't really understand that if we don't do the physics, someone else can and will. We don't own all access to future discoveries of science. And so now Europe does it. And so they went ahead, built a large Hadron Collider, and they successfully found the Higgs boson, the big holy grail.
July 4th, 2012.
Look at that.
Was it July 4th? That's sticking it to us.
Wow,
Look at that.
It really was.
And you know they really found it on like June 28th. You know they found it on June 28th, and they were like, guys, we're going to sit on this for a few days. Yeah.
But there are a lot of Americans involved in the Large Hadron Collider. But just to say, but yes, exactly right.
Yeah, even Peter Higgs, is he American?
Peter Higgs was Scottish, I would think. You know, I think he's from Edinburgh. Although I think he was at Edinburgh, but I don't think he was Scottish. Maybe he was English. You know, I don't 100% know. But yeah, you know, he predicted its existence, and then it was discovered. And at the announcement, saw tears welling in this man's eyes, who'd been waiting decades for this idea that at first nobody believed.
Right.
Ultimately was accepted theoretically, but it was proven experimentally finally.
And what is the Higgs boson? Exactly.
Of the particle categories, one of them is bosons.
Right.
Okay. And bosons are force mitigating particles.
Okay.
Okay. So, and when we think of a force action at a distance, there's a way to think about that in terms of the particle that in the category of particles is a boson. One of the bosons is this Higgs boson, which has what properties?
Well, it has.
Was I right?
Yeah, it's very good.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. We said I was very good.
Can I answer?
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Please. Okay.
It's what endows other particles, even itself actually, with mass.
Interesting.
Now, where does that come from? Well, just to take Neil's idea, it starts with the idea of a field. That's how you get rid of this idea of action at a distance. You imagine that space is filled with stuff.
You know who invented fields?
I really don't.
Michael Faraday.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, that makes sense.
He was the first
to
think of
magnetic fields.
and think what a leap that is.
Yeah, that
Huge.
is.
Yeah,
It's an insane leap.
Right,
We
'cause
take it
there's
for
like
granted.
nothing
There's
there.
nothing
Right,
there.
yeah. You're looking at nothing. You're seeing
And yet
nothing.
you're positing that there is something
something
there.
is there.
Yeah, and that's an amazing thing. But he was talking electric and magnetic fields.
Right.
What Higgs is talking about is a new field called the Higgs field, which he didn't call it that, but that's what we call it. So it's this field that fills space, and as particles that otherwise would be massless, as they try to go through space, they have to burrow through the Higgs field.
Okay.
And that creates a kind of drag force on them, which is what imparts the mass that they have.
Okay.
And that's the field. Now, what's the particle? Well, if you have this field, in principle, if you hit it hard enough, like hitting the surface of water, you can cause little particles of the field to spray
Blast
out.
Right.
And that's what the Large Hadron Collider did. It slammed proton against proton, and that way jostled the Higgs field and cause a little droplet of it to break free, and that's the
And
Higgs
then we
particle.
got the, oh my God. So you're seeing an actual piece of the field.
Yes.
Oh
Wait,
my
wait,
God.
so the Higgs field generated via E equals MC squared,
Yes.
its own particle of its own.
That's amazing.
That's right.
Of its own DNA.
Or you can say it's a quanta, to go back to the other language, it's a quanta of the Higgs field, like the photon is the quanta of the electromagnetic field. Yes.
All right, that's
Ain't
amazing.
that some stuff.
So,
Okay,
now I get it. So it's not the particle that you're actually seeing. It's not the particle that is imbued with mass itself. It is the thing on which the particle is traveling, the field, the medium itself. Boom, it kind of splashes apart for a quick second, and then that itself becomes a particle and has mass. Holy
wait. So you know my.
That's amazing!
Right. So
That is amazing!
Chuck just blew a gasket.
Oh my God, that's crazy! Dude, that is insane!
Call the doctors.
This is the first time I've actually really understood
Call the doctors.
that, because, oh my God, that's so freaking crazy! Oh my God!
A week later, he's there in bed still. Eyes this big.
That
Right.
is fantastic.
So my favorite analog to this
Yeah.
is when I explain the Higgs field to people, I say it's like a Hollywood party.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so there are people in the party.
Right.
All right, and the bar is at the back of the wall.
Okay.
Okay, and if no one knows you and you walk into this party,
Okay, that's my experience.
you have near zero resistance to movement through that party.
True.
So you have a very low, if not zero, party mass.
Exactly.
Okay? Because you have no.
You
no,
get into the bar right away.
Right, you get in the bar right away.
Right
So
away.
your inertia, it knows no resistance there.
Exactly.
Whereas if Beyonce walks in,
Uh-huh.
everybody will crowd around her. She can only make very small steps towards the bar.
Right.
She has a very high party mass. Is that fair?
That's
That's
awesome.
it. That's the party field.
The party
And
field.
then if you slap all those party goers, you can slap off one of them. That's the party
Somebody
particle.
from the beehive. Somebody from the beehive pops out.
Yeah.
Party particle.
Oh my God, was that Beyonce? You're like, oh, there it is.
All right, so I have learned, not from you, and I'm disappointed because I thought you would have told me the whole story.
Yes.
I come to you for these frontier conversations that the Higgs mass that a particle would have
Mm-hmm.
is only for free particles. If a particle
Yes.
is in an atom,
But I have,
it's not getting its
I
mass from
have
the Higgs
told
field.
you this in the past, though. I absolutely have.
I
But,
don't
but,
think
but,
he- I don't think-
but you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So
if I'm a fat proton
yeah.
in a nucleus,
Yeah.
I'm not getting my mass from the Higgs field.
No, and that's why it's a really misleading notion that many people have. They think that all mass comes from the Higgs field. It is just the fundamental particles. And here's the thing, if you were to go up into your particle data book, which I know you have a few
do.
copies lying
Yes,
around
it's
in
particle
here.
data. It's
Yeah.
very good.
If you look up the masses of the quarks, the up quark and the down quark that make up a proton, up, and a down, add up their masses.
He said that quickly.
Up,
it
and
has
down.
The nucleons have
Right.
3 quarks
Right.
in them, all bound together, making up the proton and the neutron. But they're different combinations of 3 quarks. This is good. Tell them. So quarks have charges, fractional charges.
Yes.
Right. So watch this. Watch this.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
proton has a charge of +1.
All right.
How do you get that from 3 quarks?
Yeah, how do you do that?
So give it to me.
You got to have a 2/3 and a 2/3 and a minus 1/3.
2/3 minus 1/3.
So 2/3 is 1 and a third, and then a minus charge to bring it down to
That's
1.
what-
Now,
Look at that.
Now, neutrons have charged quarks inside of them, but they don't have any charge. So how do you get them?
How you get them? Let's hear it.
Oh, it must be up 2/3 down, 1/3 down, 1/3.
Yeah, so if you have
Yeah.
an up and then a down and down, then you
But
got a
up
2/3 minus 1/3 minus 1/3.
Minus 1/3.
Now,
Canceling out, and so as a
Right.
neutral thing,
But-
even
but-
though what's inside of it has charges.
right, but here's the thing. The point I want to make, though, is if you add up the masses of those quarks,
Right.
they're much less than the mass of the proton. So what's going on here? They make up the proton, and yet the proton's much heavier than its ingredients.
Right.
Answer is there's another contribution to the mass, which has nothing to do with the Higgs field, which is The thing we were talking about before, the energy in the glue
that's
holding the
gluon-
corks
the gluon.
together.
Oh, the gluonic
There's
force.
energy holding them together equals mc squared. There's mass associated with that energy, and most of the mass of the proton is coming from the glue that's holding the quarks together.
That's insane.
So let's take a neutron,
Yeah.
which has a half-life in minutes, like 15 minutes,
that's
if
right. Yeah.
memory serves. And after that amount of time, half the neutrons will have decayed into a proton, and if let's say if it's a regular proton, and then an
Electron
electron
and an antineutrino.
and an antineutrino. If
Yeah.
you add up the masses of those,
Yeah.
don't you recover the mass of the proton?
As long as you're taking kinetic energy into account
yes,
and all
of
this
course,
too.
'cause they
But
fly
yes,
away.
They fly away.
Oh.
But yes.
So the energy budget is all there.
Oh, it's all there.
Okay.
Look at that.
Well, okay.
So everything is conserved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
all the time.
And in fact, the way the neutrino was predicted was from looking at these particle decays and finding that the energy budget was not adding up. And so the idea was maybe there's an invisible particle that's carrying away some additional energy.
Was this Enrico Fermi?
Yes.
So what I like about this
That's
is he's like,
wild.
look, folks, I can't explain this. Let's make some shit up.
Yes. But geniuses make up shit that's right.
There's a quote. That's a quote. That's a bumper
That's
sticker
it.
right there.
That's it. I'm getting a t-shirt. I'm getting a t-shirt. That's awesome. That's great.
That's what Carl Sagan was famous for saying. They laughed at Einstein. They laughed at, all these people with these great ideas. And he said, they also laughed at Bozo the Clown. So,
Right.
just because people laugh doesn't mean they're going to be wrong.
Right.
He makes it up, and then everyone starts looking for it. And it's this highly elusive particle that has no charge, because we knew all the charges had already balanced in the lab. It's got no charge, but it's carrying away energy, and no one has detected it.
Right.
And he was Italian, right? So neutrino is like little neutral.
Little neutron.
Little neutron.
Little neutral one, I think is
Oh, that may
technically-
be right. Little neutron.
Little
but-
neutral one.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
And so that's the only thing that allows me to, okay, I'm not going to get in your way. When people saying dark matter, it's some elusive particle that we can't detect
Right.
that's accounting for the extra gravity. And it's a particle, we haven't found the particle yet. And I'm thinking that's intellectually lazy, but it's no different
Then the
than-
neutrino.
than the neutrino. So that's why I cut it some slack, more slack than I otherwise would.
Now,
'Cause
we still need to find it.
We still haven't found,
Yeah,
if it's a
yeah.
particle, we haven't found.
Yeah, right.
So are you a betting man? Is it a particle or is it something else?
Look, I'm relatively conservative when it comes to these things, so I think that it's likely to be a particle. But
Just
look,
because we've been down that road before.
we've been down that road before. It fits in so well to our theoretical framework. It
you
doesn't
have a
require.
slot? You have a slot for a dark matter particle?
Well, the amazing thing is, and here's where you're going to come back at me and say this should undercut my confidence. When you look at a theory called supersymmetry that I've spent a long time working on,
Okay.
within this theory, which goes beyond what we know about particle physics for reasons that are well motivated.
Because
We
that's
could talk
ordinary
about it.
symmetry.
That's right. It takes the symmetries that we have and it takes them one step further, and it's the only step further that you could possibly go. So, of course, nature must make use of this final symmetry principle. Why else would it exist? That's the thinking that we've had.
Right, just let me back up for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as I was learning particle physics,
Yeah.
I was intrigued to recognize that you have your electron, you have your photon, you have your neutrino, and these other sort of basic particles. And they exist in our world that we experience. Okay. if you up the energy knob, other particles manifest. There's a version of the electron that manifests only in these higher energy levels, and it's called the muon.
Right.
Okay? And so there's a whole layer of particles sitting above the ones that are in our world.
Right.
So there's 3 of these layers. And tell me the 3 electrons.
You get the electron, the muon, and the tau.
The tau.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's an electron neutrino, there's a muon neutrino, there's a tau neutrino.
Yeah.
Right.
So now I have 3 layers here, and you have access to them in your particle accelerators because it takes a lot of energy, and you can get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what does supersymmetry do with this package?
Supersymmetry says that
this package is
beautiful and confirmed.
and tell me the three force carriers. We have a photon.
You got the photon, then you got the gluons, and the W and Z bosons, or the weak nuclear force.
Okay.
And those are the
Discovered
three
by
forces.
Bozo.
Yeah.
Right.
Bozo.
Bozo.
Actually, Bose.
Yeah.
Bose is an Indian physicist.
And, yes, absolutely.
Yes,
And then for the quarks, you got the up and the down that we spoke about. You got the
Right.
charm, the strange. You got the top and the bottom.
Right.
So,
So you
again,
have
they come in 3 pairs of 2.
quarks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supersymmetry says take all of those particles and double them. Another shadow version of all of those
It's a
particles.
shadow government.
For the electron,
We are the puppets.
this is the deep state.
That's the deep
This is the
state.
deep state.
They are the puppet masters.
That's right.
Quantum deep state.
Yeah.
Wait. So I didn't know this. The entire set of particles
Yeah.
would have a counterpart in this supersymmetric
Yeah.
place.
So for the electron, you have the supersymmetric electron. For the quarks, you have squarks. For neutrinos, you have sneutrinos.
People just making shit
I
up.
know,
You know, you
that's
do
it.
run out of
Just
names
look at
after
the
a while.
latest cartoon. And
But here's the thing. This is all mathematically motivated by a completely compelling rationale. So this is not pulled out of, thin
Nowhere.
air.
Thin air.
we have our universe 3 ways, a 3-layer cake. And there's a whole other cake. Where does that live?
With us, but we believe they're more massive, which is why we wanted to build the superconducting super collider
wild.
to try to find them. Now we've looked for these at the Large
If
Hadron
they're more
Collider.
massive, why can't
Right.
why aren't they right here in front of our faces?
They typically have short lifetimes, so they'll decay into lighter particles. But the lightest of the supersymmetric particles would not decay, and therefore it should be all around us.
Tell them why the lightest one would not decay.
If it's the lightest one, when it decays, the decay products have to be lighter than it.
Okay.
And so if it's the lightest one,
Right.
subject to
There's-
a certain
It's no place for it to
conservation
go.
law.
No place for it to
Yeah.
go.
There's no place for it to go.
In
Yeah,
essence,
no
yes.
place to go.
Yes.
It's the same reason why you can have an energy field of any kind, and you will not make particles out of that
Right.
unless the energy available is higher than the E equals mc squared of 2 electrons,
Right.
because it has to make them in pairs.
Okay.
Am I
To keep
getting
the
it?
charge
to keep the
conserved.
charge
Yeah,
conserved.
because it's plus and a
Yeah,
minus.
right.
And so an electron is the lightest physical particle. That's right.
Right.
So nothing's happening.
Lightest
that's
charged
why it's
particle.
not happening around us right now.
Yeah, it's the lightest
Right.
charge
It's charged
particle,
particle,
so
right.
it has to talk to the electromagnetic field. for
There it is.
instance.
That's why light coming from lights is not just making particles. It doesn't have enough energy.
Yeah.
Right.
But if
it did?
if X-rays started to come out of there, X-rays, high energy X-rays, you can pop electrons into existence.
Yeah.
Because they're stepping down, so they leave something.
The energy of the field is big enough to create the electron and anti-electron, and so it will pair produce them.
In fact,
That's so wild.
electron microscopes are enabled by X-rays, creating them, and the wavelength of X-rays is so tiny that you can see tiny detail. It's tinier than the detail. You can't have resolution higher than the wavelength of light that you're using
you
to
can
see
use
it.
to see it.
Right.
Right.
Now, back to dark matter, just to finish
Right there.
this point.
So
Yeah.
this is a whole massive other layer cake,
Yep.
and you're telling me that is the mass of the dark matter.
Well, the lightest supersymmetric particle would be stable, should be around us.
That's what
So
everybody's
maybe
looking
it's
for.
filling space.
Right.
And here's the beautiful thing. This will
So
blow
this
your mind. This will
actually
blow your
makes
mind.
sense.
This
My
will
mind's
blow your
already
mind.
blown.
When you do the calculation of how much of this lightest supersymmetric particle should be left over since the Big Bang, it exactly matches what you need to be the dark matter. It comes in the right abundance.
Dang.
And yet we've not found it.
You
And it
haven't
may
found
be
it.
the wrong answer. So sometimes things that just seem so deeply compelling are wrong, but we don't know yet.
Wow.
So do you know enough in the theory of these particles to predict how you should detect it?
Yes. Now they can vary which is the lightest supersymmetric particle on the flavor of the supersymmetric theory you're looking at. But in any given version, yes, you know exactly how the particle interacts.
Okay, so now you have everybody's favorite flavor, the theorists, come out with their competing models, but still they got to have one of these particles. Okay, so now I'm a experimentalist, and it's how many tests for this one? I don't find it. Let me test for that one. I don't find it. So it's not looking good.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
Okay,
Wow.
I agree. But yeah, when I was a student, it was almost a foregone conclusion that you just had to look for it. You'd find it. This is the dark matter, because supersymmetry also solves other problems, the so-called hierarchy problem. It solved the dark matter problem. It's a beautiful idea that seems perhaps not to be right. Now, it's not fully ruled out yet, but that may be where we're going.
Who's the one that said the great tragedy in science, a beautiful theory, slain by some facts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I forgot.
Yeah,
100
right. That's
years
exactly
ago.
what it may be.
Hey, Star Talk fans, I don't know if you know this, but the audio version of the podcast actually posts a week in advance of the video version. And you can get that in Spotify, and Apple Podcast, and most other podcast outlets that are out there. Multiple ways to ingest all that is cosmic on Star Talk. I have not been the same since we had lunch months ago, and you explained to me, and I've said it here, that there are ideas percolating that the fabric of space-time might be woven by wormholes that connect the virtual particle pairs that come in and out of existence. And that if they're connected by wormholes, rather than just some field, then the wormhole is an actual structural texture of the universe.
Yeah. In fact, the other
All right,
way.
now I'm sorry.
What?
First of all, I need some weed to even deal with this. Because if I'm trying to figure out what you just said here, because it's so freaking, I mean, it really is just crazy.
Well, let's back up. The vacuum of space is not a vacuum.
Right.
Because quantum physics requires what?
There's all sorts of uncertainty, and that uncertainty means that there's fluctuations, and therefore there are particle-antiparticle pairs, there's energy fluctuations, there's field fluctuations.
Right.
It's a roiling mess out there in empty space.
So there's no nothing.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as nothing.
That violates uncertainty if it was truly nothing.
Right. If there was truly nothing, we couldn't have uncertainty.
Yeah.
So the uncertainty is, gives us the fact that we do have virtual particles.
Yes.
We know that they pop in and out of existence. Well, what you're trying to tell me?
I think it's not that we know they're there. No one denies it because
no one
it's
denies
completely consistent.
Oh,
Well, I'd say the Casimir force, where you actually put two metal plates in otherwise empty space, they should simply sit there. They're drawn together, and our best explanation is it's the virtual pairs of particles. It's the fluctuating field.
I did not. I feel like I have fallen into a Star Trek nightmare.
So you take two exactly parallel plates.
Okay,
and evacuate what's in between them.
That makes sense.
The best vacuum you can muster. Then you slowly move them together.
Right.
There is a point within which a whole other force kicks in.
That's right. And it's not the gravitational force.
It's not
the electromagnetic force. Rather, it's a force that comes from the Casimir field, which is basically...
That got a Nobel Prize, the Casimir?
1948 is when it was discovered.
Okay.
It got one in my book.
But it should have.
You just gave it one.
I just gave it one.
Yeah, it definitely deserved one.
That's insane.
But it's an imbalance between the fluctuations of uncertainty within the plates and the fluctuations of uncertainty outside the plates.
Oh.
And it's that imbalance.
Creates a force and puts them together.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that's how we get the particles in the vacuum of space. Okay. So now,
unbelievable.
So now, what compels you to say wormhole rather than just a field?
Right. Well, because it really comes from the idea of quantum entanglement. What we find is that entanglement, which normally we think of as particle pairs, but now we're finding that the vacuum of space may be stitched together by the threads of quantum entanglement itself. So deep down within the substrate of reality, it may all be stitched together by quantum entanglement. And then other work shows us that quantum entanglement connecting two particles is just like a wormhole, going from one to the other.
Because what happens in one happens to the other instantly.
Yes.
And that means they're touching each other
in that instant.
They're connected
in some weird way. And entanglement is one language, but we
Yes.
believe wormholes may be the general relativistic version of that quantum language.
So it's like a little quantum net holding the
Yes.
whole universe
Yes,
together.
exactly right. Because we find mathematically, if we cut the threads of quantum entanglement, which we can do mathematically, space falls apart. It discretizes into little tiny pieces and then just disappears.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
No, Chuck.
I
No,
gotta go.
I need you to the end of this. Chuck,
Dude,
don't
that's
leave me.
crazy.
Don't leave me,
Oh
Chuck.
my God. Oh my God. Dude, that's insane.
It's not just that there's a field there, it's the fact that they were quantum entangled that makes the wormhole model compelling.
Yeah, but I would say you don't even need the particle pairs. It's as if the entanglement is entangling regions of space. So space itself has a fundamental substrate woven by these threads of quantum connection. Now, look, it's mathematical, but it comes out of our cutting edge ideas. It all makes
It
sense.
just makes
He's
sense.
saying he's not pulling it out of his ass.
Right.
Okay. He's
yeah.
saying the math
No,
gave
the
it to
math
him.
works.
And he started out saying my boy loves the math. So now, last thing.
Yeah.
Explain why you need more than 4 dimensions for your string theory universe.
Well, it's a very concrete explanation. When we look at the equations of string theory, there's a consistency equation where something must equal 0 or the math doesn't work. That something is a product of 2 things. One term is really complicated. It's never 0. The other term is the number of dimensions minus 10. The only way to get it to be equal to 0 is for D to be equal to 10. That's it. I am not joking. This is where the constraint of extra dimensions comes from in string theory.
The math is forcing our hands.
Forces your hand. And then you say, well, let me take this math seriously. One thing you could say is, well, if it's not D equals 4, 3 space and 1 time, throw the theory away. Others of us will say, hey, let's consider the possibility.
Don't sell the universe short.
Yeah, exactly. So why should these 3 dimensions of space be the only ones?
Right.
We only are aware of them because they're big enough that we can be directly aware of them with these really faulty sensors that we have.
Right. If it's only your senses that limit that awareness,
Yeah.
why not, in principle, can we build something that can gain access to these higher dimensions?
Yeah, so there are experiments on the table. Some have been carried out, but more precise ones may be done where you study Newton's law of gravity. Why does Newton's law go like 1 over r squared? Why do we teach
That's
our
a
kids
geometric.
GMM over r
It's a
squared?
geometric.
Sphere in 3 dimensions
Yes.
of space.
Yes.
Look at that sphere in 4 or 5 or 6 dimensions, and the 2 in Newton's law won't be a 2.
No.
It'll
it's
be a bigger number. The fall off will be differently.
Right.
And so look at the gravitational force on very small distances. Look for a deviation from the 1 over r squared that Isaac Newton told us about in the late 1600s.
Okay, because that's only in our dimensional measurement of it.
Yes.
Okay, because I'd asked you, again, over that same lunch.
Yeah.
Why did we have lunch? I forgot. We were just
We were
catching
hungry.
up. No. We were just catching up. It's my annual fix, my annual Brian Greene infusion. It was, could dark matter be ordinary matter with ordinary gravity in a parallel universe? Because for reasons I don't understand the math of, the field theory equations of, you were telling me that electromagnetic energy cannot escape our space-time, but gravity can.
In a certain model called the brain universe, where our universe, B-R-A-N-E, it comes out
As
of
in
string theory.
membrane.
Yeah, it's a membrane. So our universe is like a 4-dimensional membrane floating in a higher dimensional universe
Okay.
that might have other membranes.
Higher dimensional membranes.
Yes, and those other membranes, like parallel to us, like 2 slices of bread and a big loaf of bread.
I like it. So,
Right.
so one slice of bread is some other membranal universe.
Yeah.
Ours is this one, but it's one
Big
multi-brain.
universe, yeah.
Okay. And so gravity could leak out of one into the other.
Or it could just be yeah, that's right. So
But
the
that's what I'm
gravitational pull, yeah.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
So if the other universe has 6 times, see, this is where you corrected me. Because I was thinking, because we have 6 times as much force of gravity operating in the universe as matter and energy can account for it.
Okay.
Factor of 6.
Right.
So I was saying, why isn't it just a parallel universe that has 6 times the mass and it's leakage into our universe? And we're trying to feel the elephant, trying to figure out what it is, but it's just regular matter in another universe whose gravity leaked. But then you said, if it's in another membrane, it's going to be dropping off faster than 1 over r squared.
Yeah.
like 1 over r cubed. There's some higher dimension.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it has to be way more than 6 times.
But you could imagine rigging it so that it would have the right amount.
Yes.
And people have studied this, and it's hard to make these theories work in detail.
And be all
but in
self-consistent.
principle, it's an idea that's absolutely worthy of investigating, because that's one way to make it invisible. Just put it in another
Just stick
membrane.
it somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
exactly.
and then where we can still calculate with it, it's
Yeah.
not a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Oh man.
All right.
I don't know what to believe about anything. Nothing is real. Nothing is real, man.
Dark energy. I'm curious about this because it was a natural arithmetic element of Einstein's equations. It's like an integration constant, as I understood it.
You talk about the cosmological constant?
The cosmological constant in his equations
Yes.
that enabled Lemaitre to calculate that the universe is either expanding or well, the universe is not static. And so there's a term there. And if you've had calculus, you might remember there's a constant of integration. Often it's just 0 and you can ignore it. But when we were in graduate school, I'm a little older than you, when we were in graduate school, we always recognized, we paid homage to that constant, but said, let's assume it's 0. If this term existed, it would mean there was a force operating in the universe opposite that of gravity.
Depending on the sign of the cosmological constant, but yes. Because it could have either sign.
Okay,
But
it would either work with gravity or against
Exactly,
it. Okay,
exactly.
But if we had a static universe,
Yeah.
it would be something just holding up the
could.
universe against
Exactly.
the collapse of gravity.
Which is why Einstein thought of it.
And we didn't have any reason to think it, so it could be 0. And but we always had to go through that portal. We say, here it is, we set it to 0
Yes,
and move on.
exactly.
Okay, then it gets discovered.
Yeah.
Okay, dark energy gets discovered in 1998,
Yep.
gets the Nobel Prize, using quantum physics, which has done so well by us.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most successful theory ever about anything, fails in its attempt to predict the amount of dark energy in the universe.
Yeah.
And it fails badly by a factor
What's up with that, Brian?
of a Google.
Wow, by a factor of
bigger than a Google. 10
Bigger.
to the 10 to like it's like 10 to 123 or
100.
something.
No, Google
Yeah.
is 10 to the 100.
Yeah.
It gets the wrong answer by the biggest amount ever in a mismatch between theory and observation.
Yeah.
Where are we with the dark energy theorists?
Well, look, what this is showing us is that quantum mechanics is incredibly successful when you apply it to the electromagnetic force, to the weak nuclear force, to the strong nuclear force. But we've long known that when you apply it to gravity, something goes wrong, something changes. This is the motivation for string theory, and this is the motivation for trying to go beyond conventional approaches. And so you're absolutely right. This is the clearest signal that something is wrong. Now, here's, I think,
that's
our
not
best
something's
guess.
wrong. That's actually a good thing.
Well, it's an opportunity.
Opportunity.
Yeah,
That's the way.
yeah, it's a huge opportunity.
Yeah, the press always says, "Oh, scientists are angry or this." No, we're delighted.
Yeah.
Right.
If something breaks, oh my gosh, it's
Yeah.
a new thing.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right. That's right. And so I would say my guess where we're going is, and many of my colleagues agree with me, that you can't quantize gravity the way you had to quantize Faraday and Maxwell's electromagnetism, or the way it had to quantize the weak or strong nuclear forces. It may be that gravity and quantum mechanics are already so intimately connected that it's a completely different mindset when you approach them. You don't take the rules of quantum mechanics and slap them onto gravity. That gets you the wrong answer. That's the wrong approach. In fact, this idea of entanglement in wormholes suggests that
right?
gravity
You
and
have a
quantum
quantum
mechanics,
and a gravity
they're
thing.
already in
They're already
there.
there.
They're already there.
That makes sense.
They already have the shotgun wedding.
Exactly.
You just didn't attend.
Exactly. So you just need to understand that melding better. And when you do, perhaps you'll be able to do a calculation of the cosmological constant and
That's
get the
not so
right
crazy.
answer.
Right.
Yeah. Now, another answer might be maybe the cosmological constant is not a constant, right? There's recent
They're
data.
working on that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Maybe it's changing over time. And so you don't actually calculate the number. You just need to understand the dynamical process.
However, doesn't the math in general relativity require that it be constant?
No.
That's how it came out of the integral.
There can be a constant, but it doesn't have to be the only contribution that looks like that constant. And the other contribution can
that
change over
sentence, wait,
time.
what do you say there?
It can be a constant,
But
but it doesn't have to look like and then
No, it's not the only contribution, to that
contribution to the
term.
current,
So you
right.
can have a field that slowly varies over time, and that field may dominate
So
this
that
contribution.
field is meta to that equation.
Yes.
look at that.
It is
my
meta
God.
to that equation.
Oh my
Absolutely.
gosh.
So Einstein did not talk about that
No, he
field.
didn't. No, he wasn't
And-
there
and You're
yet.
right. And he did talk about the constant because you're right. It's just an integration
It's
constant.
an integration
It's
constant.
right there.
It's a constant. It's
Yes,
a constant.
yes.
So if in fact it needs to modify, because that's how they reconcile this tension in the age of the universe.
Yes.
Because the age of the universe, in my day, we didn't know it by a factor of 2. Now people are.
I mean,
There's a
not-
10% difference.
So
Yeah.
it's more than 6,000 years. Is what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what
Okay.
I'm saying. Yes. When Noah's flood took place. So to relieve the tension, as we describe it, this was a 10%, some single-digit percent. Uncertainty in the age of the universe. Actually, not uncertainty. These two methods have very small, tight uncertainties that do not overlap.
Yeah.
That's why everyone is freaking out. And as I learned recently, you can resolve that by allowing the cosmological constant to vary in some way, but that's a meta variation on top
Yes.
of
Yeah.
Einstein.
No, this Hubble tension that people are
Yes.
struggling with today is exactly something that also may point toward a dynamical value. So
Right.
we'll see.
Right.
But yes, the true test of a version of gravity that you fully understand with quantum mechanics included would be a calculation of the cosmological constant and get
Are
a number.
you and your
Yeah.
people smart enough to get this figured out?
I don't think so.
And that's our show. Good answer. Because I've dragged you over the coals
We
about
have come
that.
full circle.
Because I've told him, I said, look, Einstein came up with general relativity in 10 years by himself. You string theorists, there's dozens of you have been working on this for decades. Either you're all wrong or you're all just too stupid to figure it out.
And it's probably a combination of both.
Love you, man. Brian, thanks for coming back.
My pleasure.
To Star
Thank you.
Talk. Always good, Chuck.
So great.
Chuck, we'll find you in the hospital.
Bless you will. I'm completely fried right now. I am fried.
Just to take us out, let me remind us all, we are in my office at the Hayden Planetarium of the American Museum of Natural History.
The Cosmic Crib.
The Cosmic Crib. And after this conversation we just had, I delight in realizing and celebrating the fact that just a few pounds of organic matter inside of our heads can not only contemplate, but figure out how the universe works. And yes, we still have a long way to go. And we don't even know how long a way to go remains in front of us. But the distance we've come thus far gives us everything that we call civilization. And it's the power of mind over the mysteries of the universe. And that is a product of the eternal curiosity expressed by our species, beginning in childhood, continuing for some into adulthood. We call them scientists, those who never lost that childhood curiosity. Brian Greene, of course, among them. So I'd like to just give a shout out to our species for all that has wondered as we looked up at night, all that we have discovered, and all that we have yet to figure out. That is a cosmic perspective. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Keep looking up.
I change the whole occasion to a pine box 6 under. Impulsive, relax, wild wonder. Orders give to me and strike and I'm thunder. While lightning fast reflexes on constant alert from the constant hurt that seems limitless with no drop of pressure. Seems like everybody's out to test you till they see you break. You can't conceal the hate that consumes you. I'm the reason why you fill up your Zusa. Chill with your old lady at the tilt. I got a 90-day extension and I feel with guilt from things done and seen. The water's from a bottle, mine's from a canteen. At night I hear the shots swing, so I'm a light sleeper. The cost of life seems to get cheaper. Out in the desert with a street sweeper. The war is over, so said the speaker.
just a fancy word for disorder, is always increasing. The universe is like a toddler with a box of Legos. It loves making a mess, and once it's made one, it's not going to clean it up anytime soon. That's why your hot chocolate turns cold, why buildings crumble over time, and why your bedroom looks like a crime scene by the end of the week even though you totally meant to keep it clean. Basically, the second law of thermodynamics says that the universe hates order. It is not that things can't be neat and tidy, it's just that keeping them that way takes effort. You can spend hours cleaning your room, and 5 minutes later, a single missing sock, a messy set of bed sheets, or that empty Doritos bag on your desk have completely wrecked the place again. That's entropy in action. The only way to fight it is to constantly pump energy into the system, microwave your cold drinks, rebuild the broken stuff, or, actually pick up after yourself. But here is where that starts to matter, because a physicist named Dr. Melvin Vopson just dropped a new theory that says information doesn't follow that rule. Instead of getting messier over time, information actually organizes itself. Patterns in data, structures in nature, even the way knowledge grows, all of it seems to be defying entropy rather than succumbing to it. It's getting more arranged, more optimized over time, like some unseen force is cleaning up the mess instead of making more of it. Which, if true, could mean that we're all living inside a cosmic version of The Sims. Imagine you spill a bag of Skittles on the floor. According to regular thermodynamics, those Skittles should stay scattered, unless you put effort into cleaning them up, or your mom tells you to. But Vopson is saying that when it comes to information, the Skittles somehow start arranging themselves into neat, color-coded piles all on their own, which is not how messy random universes are supposed to act. In video games, code doesn't decay into chaos. It refines itself, updates, and gets optimized. If reality behaves more like a perfectly tuned algorithm than a random, messy universe, then maybe it's not real at all. Maybe it's designed. Think about it. When you boot up Minecraft, the game doesn't generate a glitchy, unplayable mess. Sure, it is a bunch of random biomes, trees, and caves, pure raw entropy, but as you play, something weird happens. You organize it. You mine stone, you smelt iron, build houses, make farms, set up redstone circuits. Over time, your once random world becomes a structured, optimized system. You go from punching trees like a caveman to building auto sorters, XP farms, and Ender Dragon battle plans. That's just the way we battle entropy. That's the way things work in real life. But Minecraft is a bit different than real life. If you leave your Minecraft world alone, it won't decay. It'll just sit there, perfectly preserved, waiting for you to come back. No erosion, no trees randomly falling over, no Endermen unionizing and overthrowing the villagers. Nothing. The physical world we live in is more like your island on Animal Crossing and your farm on Stardew Valley. Those are instances of simulated entropy. Leave your town alone for a while, and when you come back, it's descended into chaos. There are weeds everywhere, crops are dying, the villagers act like you ghosted them, and there's cockroaches in your house. The game world actively degrades over time if you neglect it, just like real life. Minecraft, however, doesn't have built-in entropy. It's like a frozen snapshot of order, indefinitely stable unless something actively changes. It's perfect stasis. And in a way, it mirrors how information in the universe seems to work. Not breaking down into chaos like physics suggests, but instead evolving into more efficient, ordered systems. Every update Mojang releases also follows this pattern. More features, better mechanics, refined gameplay. If the universe is like Minecraft or any game you play supported by a capable dev team, it's not just running on some random physics engine, it is actively updating, refining, and organizing itself over time. So the real question is, who is Mojang in this scenario? If the informational basis of our universe is more like Minecraft than we think, then who's the admin? If the universe doesn't behave like a messy bedroom and break down over time, is it actually real, or is it some super advanced simulation? And if we really are in a simulation, do we even have free will, or are we just NPCs with really good dialogue trees? Now you might be thinking, cool, so we live in the Matrix, no big deal, right? Wrong, because if Vopson's right, this also raises a terrifying question. What happens when a simulation runs out of storage? Think about your phone. When it's out of memory, apps crash, files disappear, and worst case scenario, it just freezes and dies. If the universe really is a giant program, what happens when it starts running out of data? Do things start glitching? Or worse, could we just get deleted? Do we get a blue screen of death for reality itself? So yeah, this isn't just some nerdy physics debate, it could be the biggest existential crisis in human history. Either way, we just uncovered the code behind the universe, or reality is about to get a massive software update, and we have no idea what happens next. Ironically, the idea that our entire universe might be a massive program running on some incomprehensible supercomputer is nothing new. Simulation theory, as it's called, is an old concept. And we're about to dive in, but don't worry, we promise not to make your brain explode too much. So let's start with a big scary question. What if nothing you see, hear, or experience is actually real? This isn't just some late-night dorm room conversation fueled by too much caffeine. Scientists and philosophers have been chewing on this idea for centuries. Way back in 1641, René Descartes was already side-eyeing reality. He worried that some kind of evil demon could be tricking us into believing in a world that didn't actually exist. His whole deal was, what if literally everything I believe is fake? What if my senses, sight, touch, sound, are all being hijacked by some cosmic troll? His only escape was to doubt everything until he found something that couldn't be faked. And the one thing he was 100% sure of was that he was thinking. Even if everything else was an illusion, the fact that he could doubt, question, and think about it meant that his mind had to exist. And that's where we get his famous mic drop line, "I think, therefore I am." Basically, Descartes was out here in the 1600s having an existential crisis, realizing that the only thing he could prove was real were his own thoughts. The rest of reality might be a glitch in the Matrix. Fast forward to the 20th century and along comes The Matrix, where Keanu Reeves learns that, yep, reality is just a super convincing illusion designed to keep us in line. And Kung Fu. In The Matrix, reality is just a high-tech simulation, and humans are trapped inside of it without realizing it. That fits right into the simulation hypothesis, which says our universe might be an artificial construct, like a super advanced video game. Even though the second law of thermodynamics says everything should get more chaotic over time, Vopson's theory suggests the opposite might be happening. If reality behaves less like a decaying physical system and more like a structured, self-organizing program, then maybe that's because it is a program. Maybe our universe is running on some cosmic-level code instead of breaking down like real-world physics predicts. It's following simulation-like rules, where things get more efficient and organized over time. If entropy is supposed to be king, but information is getting cleaner and more structured, maybe that's because we are in the Matrix, or at least something a lot like it. In 2003, philosopher Nick Bostrom took things up a notch with his famous simulation argument. He basically said there are three possibilities. First, civilizations never get advanced enough to create simulations because they wipe themselves out first. Second, they do reach that level of technology, but they choose not to run simulations, which, let's be honest, seems unlikely, considering that humans can't even resist making AI-powered video games. And third, advanced civilizations do create simulations, meaning the odds are we are already living in one. Option 3 is starting to look pretty likely. Elon Musk even jumped on this train, pointing out how fast video games have evolved, from Pong to hyper-realistic VR, in just a few decades. He argued that it's only a matter of time before simulations become so advanced that we won't be able to tell the difference between real and fake. And if that's possible, then statistically we are way more likely to be inside of a simulation than the original universe. But this is all just philosophy, right? There's no actual science proving this, right? Well, if we were at a pro wrestling event, this is the point where Dr. Melvin Vopson would come and soar off the top rope like a cosmic prophet of destruction. Vopson isn't just questioning entropy, he is grabbing it, lifting it over his head, and slamming it straight through the mat. His theory makes a compelling case that information behaves suspiciously like programmed code. But if we were inside a simulation, wouldn't there be glitches or bugs? Of course, and there are. Scientists have known about them for a while. What's interesting about Vopson is that his theory could actually explain why the laws of physics seem suspiciously perfect for life here on Earth, because let's be honest, space is a death trap. It's freezing, it's full of radiation, and it's about as welcoming as a Taco Bell bathroom. But somehow, on this one tiny little rock called Earth, the temperature, chemistry, and gravity are all set up just right for life to exist. Why? Scientists call this the fine-tuned universe problem. This basically means that if any of the fundamental forces of physics were just slightly different, the entire universe would collapse into a useless void. But instead, everything works out perfectly, as if someone or something fine-tuned it. Almost like how designers would tweak the difficulty settings in a video game to make sure the players wouldn't immediately die. And if that wasn't weird enough, quantum mechanics is already acting like a giant glitch in the Matrix. Time for one of the most mind-bending, reality-breaking science experiments ever conducted. It's called the double-slit experiment, and it works like this. Scientists fire tiny particles like electrons or photons at a barrier with two slits, expecting them to pass through one or the other and leave a mark on a screen behind it. But when these particles aren't being observed, something bizarre happens. They behave like waves, seemingly passing through both slits at once and creating an interference pattern. It's almost as though reality hasn't made up its mind. But here's where it gets weird. The moment someone observes them, the particles stop acting like waves and behave like solid objects again. Yeah, this is real physics. Somehow the mere act of observation changes reality itself. Reality might actually change depending on whether or not someone is looking at it. Now let's go back to video games. When you're playing in an open-world game, the system only renders what's in your field of view. Everything else stays in low res, or it doesn't load until you get closer. This saves processing power by only generating what the player needs at any given moment. If the universe behaves the same way, only rendering when observed, then that's exactly what we'd expect if we were living inside a simulation. If the double-slit experiment wasn't enough to fry your brain, quantum mechanics as a whole ignores common sense. At the atomic level, particles don't follow normal rules. They pop in and out of existence, teleport between locations, and seem to communicate instantly across vast distances. Scientists call this quantum entanglement. But for our purposes, let's just call it what it is, a glitchy physics engine. Particles can randomly pop in and out of existence, just like data loading and unloading. Electrons are able to exist in two places at once until measured, as if the system hasn't fully rendered their position yet. And particles instantly affect each other across light years, like a physics engine cutting corners to keep reality running smoothly. Quantum mechanics defies traditional physics, but if reality is a programmed simulation, these bizarre behaviors start to make sense. Suddenly, it looks like a limited system struggling to keep up with processing power. Imagine someone hands you a giant book filled with the ultimate cheat codes of the universe, the mathematical equations that make everything work. You'd probably think, cool, some nerd wrote to explain this stuff. But here's where it gets weird. Nature doesn't just kinda follow these equations, it follows them perfectly. Gravity, mathematical. Electromagnetism, Strict equations. Pi, Euler's number, and the golden ratio, they show up everywhere. Galaxies, seashells, even sunflower seeds. The laws of physics are so precise that we can launch a tiny metal tube into space, let it travel billions of miles for years, and it lands exactly where we planned. That's not just luck, that's a system following perfect mathematical instructions. But where else do you see this kind of strict mathematical precision? That's right, video games. Everything always comes back to video games. So next time your mom yells at you to go touch grass, tell her that you are literally studying the fundamental nature of reality in Minecraft. Every game you've ever played runs on a coded system with built-in physics, collision detection, and gravity rules that keeps your character from falling through the world. In our universe, the tiniest particles obey the same math everywhere. It's like someone designed the laws of physics, hit run program, and then just let the whole thing play out. So, we're back to Vobson's paradox. Are we living inside the most advanced simulation ever created? Or did the devs just leave some Easter eggs in the code for us to find? Let's assume Vobson is right. Our universe is just a gigantic self-correcting computer program, and we are nothing more than data running inside a cosmic hard drive. If that's true, it raises some absolutely mind-blowing possibilities. Reality as we know it, matter, energy, time itself, might just be code. And before you roll your eyes and say, "But I can still stub my toe on the coffee table, so I must be real," think about this. Physicists already suspect reality is fundamentally mathematical. Nobel Prize-winning physicist Eugene Wigner called it the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences. Basically, math doesn't just describe reality, it is reality. Quantum mechanics behaves suspiciously like computer processing. Remember the double-slit experiment and the particles that behave differently depending on whether they're being observed? Theoretical physicist John Wheeler proposed the idea of a participatory universe, suggesting that reality only exists when observed, exactly how a simulation would optimize resources. So, if we are just packets of data floating inside an ultra-complex system, then the real question is, who or what is behind the keyboard? Nick Bostrom argued that advanced civilizations will inevitably develop the ability to simulate entire universes. If so, it's statistically more likely that we are inside one of those simulations rather than living in the base reality. How many video games exist where NPCs live in a world where they believe it's real? Millions. If future civilizations have the ability to simulate entire histories, planets, and even consciousness, then why would they stop at just one? We could be one of billions of simulated realities. Or maybe our universe is just a science project for some higher dimensional species. Maybe they're testing how civilizations develop. Or maybe they're just watching us like we watch ants in an ant farm. If that's the case, we might all just be part of some alien teenager's Earth Simulator 3000, the intergalactic equivalent of The Sims. The other possibility, if a civilization is advanced enough to create a simulated universe and is indistinguishable from a god, then maybe traditional religious ideas were onto something all along. Philosophers like Plato, Descartes, even today's techiest of tech bros, have all questioned whether an advanced creator, biological or artificial, might be responsible for the rules governing our existence. And honestly, that's a pretty humbling thought. But let's say, just for a second, that this is a giant program, not just a metaphor, not just a fun sci-fi idea, but an actual coded system running somewhere beyond our comprehension. There's one central problem. Every system has its limits. Take your phone, for example. It's all good when it's brand new, smooth, fast, effortless. Then you start loading it up with photos, games, way too many memes, and all those new updates that you never wanted or needed. Suddenly, things start to lag, apps crash, storage fills up, and then one day something gets deleted just to make space. It's gone, disappeared from your phone's memory, relegated to some invisible cloud you'll never see or find. What happens when the universe hits its processing limit? Quantum physics already hints at some strange glitches. Particles popping in and out of existence like corrupted files, time shifting based on observation, and space warping in ways that defy logic. Ever heard someone say that they saw a glitch in the Matrix? A deja vu that felt too real? Maybe they aren't just tricks of the mind. What if they're actual bugs in the program? And then there are black holes, the universe's biggest mystery, and maybe its delete button. Stephen Hawking once suggested that black holes might not just swallow matter, but erase information itself. If that's true, are black holes just the simulation's way of clearing out space, like emptying the recycling bin? If this is a program, what happens when it crashes? Or worse, what if it doesn't crash, but it decides to optimize? Civilizations, people, entire histories could be erased, like old save files wiped out to free up processing power. And that leaves us with one unsettling question. If the simulation is real, how do we make sure the person running it doesn't pull the plug? Do you think we're living in a simulation, or is this just another wild theory? Could the universe as we know it be nothing more than code? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Now go check out Scientists Just Revealed What Happens When Light Slows Down, or click on this video instead.
Gonna see the water from a bottle, mine from a canteen. At night, I hear the shots ring, so my lights
so I just finished watching the 9.5-hour live stream that Johnny Somali did last Friday, and towards the end, something so insane happened. This guy is really, really asking for it because he committed the crime of praising North Korea. Again, this is a crime that he has been previously investigated for, but they did not have enough evidence to press charges. Except in this case, they will have plenty of evidence. First, let me show you the clip and then we'll talk about it.
Don't ever show that. Stupid ass. Don't ever show that shit. But the police be watching all my streams, so I gotta be careful, nigga. If I share an AI somebody sends an AI to my Discord and I show it to the stream, it's a crime. Korea can suck my. You know what song I'm gonna play right now, actually? And a matter of fact, what song I'm gonna play right now? Let the charge me for this. Let the charge me for this.
So you heard him. He said, let them charge me for this, which indicates he clearly knows that he's about to commit a crime.
Let the charge me for this. I don't care. Let the
A one-button auto rotation? Wait, what? Breaking news. Is implementing a rotation assistant? Wait, what? Single button assistant?
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature, and then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max, I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
And I'm Ian Hasekostas, game director on WoW, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
So
very excited to be here.
Okay.
So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff, but one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up
enables highlights that suggest the spell to cast. So it tells you how to play the game?
New spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players. We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond
what
this
isn't April
the add-ons
Fools.
can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be
Oh my god! Single button assistant.
like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation,
So you get to play the game with a garage door opener now.
Opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually. This is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check. That we want to give you the tool.
Well, of course they would be. No, of course. Ian's wrong. So because, okay, so this is what would happen, right? Is that... So the red line is the artificial one-button DPS. And this is manual. So If you are inside of this area here, you will be told by your raid leader, just turn on the one button mode, stop trying to play the game yourself. And if you're not in this mode and you're over here, you're going to be told to do it yourself. How does he do the, how the fuck? Like, these are the best players that have played the game for 20 years. How the fuck do you guys not see this obvious graph? What the hell is going on? This is crazy.
Manually and just turn on the someone that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some
absolutely will be
DPS check. That we want to give you the tools to kind of.
I remember I even did this with my mom because she was like, I don't know how to DPS. I say, okay, hit Starfire. After you're done hitting Starfire, hit it again. Just do that. And yes, the best Moonkin rotation was more complex than that. But her interpretation of that rotation was worse than her just spamming Starfire. So I just had her spam Starfire. And everything was fine. Yeah, bro, I invented this in 2009.
Go through that organic progression naturally.
Great. But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly. Right. It's very similar to the Hakili add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
This game is so lost, it's actually insane. It's actually crazy to me that we are even in this position. It is so cooked that I can't even believe believe it. So why don't we try to employ a little bit of higher level thinking here? If the problem is that you need an add-on to play your character, maybe you should make characters easier to understand and play. Have you ever thought about that? That maybe you don't need 50,000 fucking buttons and rotations and pop-ups and, you know, special, oh, no, you know, like, that's it. So basically, they're creating a problem, and now they have to solve the problem that they've created. If your character's easier to understand and play. If the problem is that you need an add-on to play your character, maybe you should make characters easier to understand and play. Have you ever thought about that? That maybe you don't need 50,000 fucking buttons and rotations and pop-ups and, you know, special, oh, no, you know, like, that's it. So basically, they're creating a problem, and now they have to solve the problem that they've created. It's just insane. It's basically like all Blizzard had to do was make a wheel, but they couldn't do a wheel. They had to make a hoverboard. In order to make a hoverboard, you have to have the right kind of wood. And then then you need a seatbelt for the hoverboard because sometimes people can fall off the hoverboard. And what if the hoverboard goes too fast? Okay, well, you have to have a speed limiter on the hoverboard. And then on top of that, what are you going to use for fuel? How much is the fuel going to cost for the hoverboard? And this is all, we're doing all of this stuff instead of just thinking about how to make a wheel. It is crazy the amount of gymnastics that they're going through in order to appease these top 0.001% players that play the game as a job instead of making the game better for everybody. This needless, unnecessary complexity that can only be basically responded to with further needless, unnecessary complexity and weird systems that simply remove gameplay from the game. It's insane. How the fuck did this happen?
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts to it, right? Like the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, it can be, there's a lot going on within a particular class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as...
Then shouldn't you address that problem rather than introduce a solution to remove it? I think that's a design problem. If a person can't, like, easily understand how to play their character in a video game, maybe that's a problem with the way the game is designed. Duh.
Like as a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level.
If I play Retail WoW again, I'm 100% just using this button. I'm putting it on spacebar too.
Of this.
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick. You got a bunch of warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. We've never played the spec seriously before, can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommend.
Why? For who? For these people that you constantly talk to, that are these people play your game as a job, and you're constantly listening to them on how to maintain that complexity. This is so distorted, it's unreal.
What the next ability isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of, like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target demi, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different, like, layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to, play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got like a 30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago.
they're so close. They're so close. They almost understand. You're so fucking close to solving the problem.
I gotta rebind that, and then I gotta go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and oh, here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have a...
So it would be really nice to just have a button that just does everything for you. Why not make it easier so you don't need the button? Like, what the fuck is it? This is...
This is a way to jump into some content to do with your friends and have it work out nice and easily.
Is that right?
One thing that jumps out to me is that a lot of the content I'd want to do would be like delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have a, you know, are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets, and is it going to cast my Arcane Explosion instead of my Arcane Blast, or
it should be
is
able
it just
to.
always going to be a single target?
It's not just single target. There is, you know, some sense of, you know, how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, etc. And so that will affect the recommendations. Again, the goal is not optimal. The goal is not like this is going to, you know, okay, everyone's always going to get perfect parses and so forth going forward. But as a baseline, this should be, you know, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hakila useful today. And really, like a lot of this building on the foundations of the cooldown manager.
This game is so cooked, it's actually insane. I'm looking, you know what? Real ones. You see PewDiePie getting hate for using Linux? No. I immediately believe it, though. Yeah, this seems stupid enough for me to believe it. PewDiePie fans not allowed. The leftist activists within open source, including prominent leaders, are declaring PewDiePie fans as Nazis, as fascists and Nazis. Linux communities beware of PewDiePie fans. Regardless of PewDiePie's personal politics, which is fairly well known, the vast majority of his fan base are enthusiastic fascists. Oh, God. Oh, where do these people come from, man? This right here is the thing that you're going to have to recognize as a red flag. They are going to try to say, actually, you are an extremist and unreasonable. You're being gatekeepy. Why does it matter if someone's political views are? Don't allow this shit. No Nazis are allowed in my bar, period. And, oh, this is somebody on Mastodon. Mastodon is, if you can believe it, an even more retarded version of Blue Sky. So, don't care, get the fuck out. Tell your friends I said fuck Nazis too. Wow, how brave. Nazi bar warning. Bro, some of these people, they really, really need help. I think the problem here's really what the issue is. A lot of these people never get checked in their alarmism. And I think this is what happens with a lot of kind of extremist groups, is extremist groups have a tendency to continue becoming more and more extreme because they push out anybody who doesn't push the envelope of becoming more and more insane.
Just for the sake of just being ridiculously clear, at least in my opinion, anyone who's racist, anyone who's white nationalist. That's not what I'm about, and that's not what this channel has ever been about. Do people really need an enemy that bad that they need to force it upon me?
YouTubers who ruin their image with one single video.
These 8 YouTubers did irreversible damage to their channel with one single video, and we're going to begin by talking about J-Station, whose entire career came to an end as a result of an upload titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise."
Oh yeah, and didn't this guy also do a follow-up video where he was using a Ouija board to try to talk to her? Or was that somebody else? Yeah. Yeah, it was some really fucking crazy shit.
Last night we lost Alexia. Around 11 p.m. I got a call from her parents telling me what happened.
J-Station stated that his girlfriend Alexia had gotten into a car crash and as a result had tragically passed away. J-Station would also go and visit his girlfriend's memorial on the side of the road.
This is actually the same road that she passed away on, guys. I'm getting so emotional just being on this road.
Where J-Station seemed so emotional that he could barely get out of the car to look.
Hey man, everything's gonna be okay. Let's just go say the final goodbye for her. Everything's gonna be okay.
I don't know if I can do this.
However, his extremely emotional state here ran contrary to a video that he'd post 3 days later, titled Dead Girlfriend Ouija Board Challenge at 3 a.m. Gone Wrong.
That's just like, look at that. Oh my god. Bro, YouTube is so shameless. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny, man. Like, it's very hard to be more shameless than this. Bro, come on. I know. I mean, it's content. Like, the people that are watching this stuff are like 11 years old.
In which he couldn't stop smiling.
We're doing the Ouija board challenge on my dead girlfriend. Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia, guys.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my fucking god. Farming his dead girlfriend for clicks? Yes, this is totally normal, guys. Welcome to the internet. It's like a parody? Yes.
Guys, rest in peace.
J-Station's complete lack
That's
of
the best
emotion
part
in this
about
new
it.
video led fellow Canadian YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers to call the Canadian
Oh, we know
police and
that
see
guy.
if any Alexia Morano had recently passed away.
No, I don't have anything by that name on the system.
Nobody by that name specifically has suffered any form of death, right?
No, I have an Alexia, but there's no death in that.
As mentioned by the police officer, nobody by the name of Alexia had died, and after other channels such as Penguin Zero covered the story, Alexia came forward to confirm that she was still alive.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Isn't that something? It's a miracle, guys. I can't believe it. Risen from the dead. Incredible. 3 days later. Yeah.
Sure, a lot of you are really confused as to what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Between me and Jay and the videos that he posted.
Alexia would go on to explain that she had nothing to do with the J-Station videos.
I was not a part of any of them. It was just Jay, and I didn't even know what he was gonna say in those videos before he posted them.
And as a result, the two had broken up.
I felt like he was just constantly being mean to me for some reason. The times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean.
However, J-Station...
Wait, so basically, he's just really mean to her, and then finally, at the end of the relationship, he's like, I really need to have this go out with a bang. You know, I really want to like maximize the content here, so let's just tell everyone that she died. Oh my god. Ouija board on Alexia video is deleted. Yeah. I wonder why. This guy's the best. Yes, it's just crazy.
And clapped back by showing Alexia helping out with the videos before trying to expose Alexia as being the crazy one out of the pair.
You are honest to God crazy.
I've been a good person to you, Alexia.
You're a trash human being. Look online. Everybody hates you, Jay.
This one original video didn't...
I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of fair to be that mad because, like, obviously, this is what people do. Is that, like, they'll record somebody being really angry at them, but, like, you have to contextualize this. I mean, this could have been after some other thing, or it could have been after he said that she died. Like, if somebody said that about me and then farmed me out on a Ouija board for content, I would be unhappy with them. Now, I don't yell at people. I just don't yell at people. If I'm that mad at someone, I'll just never talk to them again. However, other people do, and I think that there are very few cases that warrant yelling at somebody, but this would be one of them.
lead to the collapse of their relationship, but it would also eventually result in J Station's entire channel being deleted.
Films like Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, present Bruce Lee as a young prodigy, starting his kung fu journey under the legendary Ip Man at the tender age of 9. The idea of Bruce training as a live-in disciple for over a decade in a secluded temple paints a compelling but highly fictionalized image of his early years. The movies tell us Bruce was Ip Man's only disciple, trained like a monk in a
Therefore, J Station probably should have gotten some advice from Sam. Pepper, who had already ruined his image by posting an idiotic fake video. It went by the now infamous title
Killing Best Friend Prank. Bro, that shit is funny. Look at that. Yeah, all roads right back to the same place.
Killing Best Friend Prank, and it began with Sam stating this.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
The premise of the prank was that two friends get taken to a rooftop somewhere where one of the friends who was in on the prank is shot with a fake gun to see how the other friend will react. Even though they eventually reveal that the whole thing was one giant prank, the absolute magnitude of the stunt helped it to go viral, racking up over...
It's so ghoulish. Oh my god. And the thing is, like, I think the best part about this is there are so many 11-year-olds that are watching this, and this is like the coolest thing they've fucking seen. You know, like, yeah, anything for clicks, exactly. Yeah, this is totally to farm out like preteens and shit.
9 million views in a little over 3 weeks. But while the extremity of the video helped it to go viral, the prank also began to receive an unbelievable amount of backlash. It was obvious that Sam didn't care about the controversy in the beginning, as he'd respond to the drama by promising to delete his YouTube channel if he was donated $1.5 million on GoFundMe.
Your goal's pretty steep here, $1.5 million.
I just thought if everyone hates my channel so much, they gotta put that money where their mouth is, you know?
Yet this only seemed to add more fuel to the fire, as he was still getting heavy
Well, did they raise the money? fucking pussy. Oh my god. Oh, were you fucking kidding me? Bro, you're creating morbid content for weird kids. That's what you're doing. Stop being like, oh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this. You knew what you were doing. Wait, why do people apologize for this shit? Yeah, what a fucking bitch. As long as his friend didn't care, I don't see a problem, to be honest. Can we both agree that this is ghoulish content, though? I feel like this is 100% ghoul content. Absolutely.
But he'd rather unlist every single video from his entire channel, leaving only one fresh new upload titled I'm Sorry, in which he'd come forward and explain that the video was fake.
No wonder people hate me. Like, I've been an idiot. Like, I've been stupid. You know exactly what I'm going to say now. Of course, it was fake.
However, the damage had already been done, and while Sam Pepper has since had some success on TikTok, his channel never really recovered after posting the best friend prank. Brooke Hout's channel never recovered.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people probably they see that and it's just like a little bit over the line. Pretty sure he didn't even mean his apology. Yeah, I genuinely believe that you should never apologize unless you actually are going to change. Because an apology will never make people happy. Ever. Like, it's like, I remember I saw like Daft posting an apology about how, she said like racist things against like white people. And it was like this big thing. It was 2 years ago or something. And she recently posted an apology. People were picking that shit apart, being like, she didn't really mean it, but then she said this. Oh, but what about this and the other thing? Never fucking apologize unless you mean it. And if you do, I think that if you make an apology video, see, this is what his other big fucking mistake was, a 20-minute apology video. What the fuck do you have to talk about in 20 minutes? Hey guys, video didn't hit. Sorry, I know people thought it was weird, but we thought it'd be funny. Apparently we let you guys down. Sorry, we fucked up. We won't do that again. Try to keep things a little bit more PG. And that's it. Yeah, my bad. There's nothing there's nothing that you can say beyond that that will help. That's it. Nothing. Not a single thing. You guys see what I'm saying? Caught me slipping, my bad. Yeah, exactly.
However, the damage had already been done, and while Sam Pepper has since had some success on TikTok, his channel never really recovered after posting the best friend prank. Brooke Hout's channel never recovered either, as after she'd accidentally uploaded a video of her mistreating her dog, her reputation was destroyed permanently. In the lead up to posting the video, Brooke Houtz had gained 327,000 subscribers, which, as you can see from the videos on her channel, had been aided by her pet Doberman named Sphinx. Brooke always put up the facade that she loved her dog more than anything else.
Obviously, me and my dog are really close. We're besties. We hang out 24/7, more like 25/8. Am I right?
However, less than a month after stating this, on the 6th of August 2019, Brooke would accidentally upload a full uncut clip of her pranking the dog while treating it like absolute garbage. As the video began to spread throughout social media, almost every single news outlet wrote an article on the story, prompting a change.org petition titled Ban Brooke Houtz from YouTube, which received over 67,000 signatures. Peter would also take to Twitter in a post hoping that she was banned from the platform, yet incredibly her channel remained active, helping her to post a bizarre apology video about a month after the original incident.
Oh god, every single fucking one of these YouTubers does an apology video. Why do you do an apology video? It's like, who do you think is like, here's the point, right? Is like, who is gonna, like, they literally saw you pushing a dog around, and it's like, is this animal abuse? I don't know, it got investigated. I'll let the fucking professionals decide that. I'm not gonna make a decision. The point is that nobody that doesn't like you because of this is going to change their mind because of this video. Who's it for? Is it for you? It's nuts. Didn't it work for the majority of creators? Okay, so let's think of some apology videos. I think Logan Paul, probably best apology video. Yeah, okay, so Logan Paul. Soda Pop, yeah, that was a good one. The only time that an apology video works is that if you keep making content and the content is good. Because, like, and also you actually mean the apology. Like, for example, like with PewDiePie, with the bridge situation.
So yes, Donut Operator sent 4K to Dalgoon. It's all taken care of. If there's any leftover money, it'll go to the civil lawsuit, which Johnny will ultimately take an L in because he won't be able to collect. And beyond that, he's got to put a huge amount of money down and pay his lawyer. So he's going to come out of that losing money, which is amazing for me. Neffy, the Space Warrior, says, on a scale of 1 to 8,001, how cooked is Somali? 9,000. Wojo for 5 says, donuts make good golfers because there's always a hole in one. Oh.
No. Wait.
Too early for puns. It's too early for puns. Kobe Alley, for 1, thank you. Tater Tot said, I'm conflicted about something. RK is staying free bankrupts them, which is good, but it also subjects Koreans with antics, which further annoys me. I understand, Tater Tot, and I get this is when I spoke to Korean news, I'll give you the one thing. And by the way, I think they're doing some editing and stuff with the interview, so it might take a little bit longer to get out. They put stuff out when they put it out. They said Wednesday and maybe Thursday, Friday, who knows. But one thing I said is that Westerners don't necessarily understand the Korean system, but it is working because it is bankrupting him. Asian Dragon 456 for $19.99 said, Andrew, Sailor Moon, and I want to know why Johnny Somali said he wants to spread STD on you and Korean women. Can it be accurately true that he was positive for STD, or is that defamation on to himself? Once again, it's a credible threat because he's talked about going to get HIV or collecting HIV from somebody who is HIV positive. He talked about going to old prostitutes. He talked about, the people he associates with. I mean, if you listen to the people he associates with that are engaging in high risk sexual activity, there's a credible possibility. Warren A for 5 Canadian says, streaming illegal mindset on a TV, RKI got even uglier looking at that size. And that's hard because he's already pretty ugly. Petrolhead 9198 become a new member. Chris Sketch says it's true he's going to wear a white robe to the court. Well, we'll have to see, right? We will have to see. Species 316 says, praise Zord. GGG said Vitaly cameraman got arrested. Really, Chris Dantes got arrested finally. That is... Oh, there it is. He did get arrested. Did he not? Nice. So that is great news. I'll have to cover that in a separate video, but that's really great news. He was finally caught after so much shit talking, after threatening to sue me for defamation, just like Johnny Somali, right? Just like Johnny Somali. And I'm gonna show the article here because this is actually pretty good. This is Vitaly Zodorovsky's videographer, or Zodovetsky's. So he is now arrested. Christopher Dantes, aka Sky Lane, has been arrested. That is
For the entire
fantastic. Obviously, they have the right to defend themselves in court. But it is good to know that justice is being served in the Philippines. W Philippines. Natalie Braithwaite says, RKI, my cabbages. GGG, got that one from GGG. Does South Korea have a national lottery? What do you mean, for conscription or like the lotto? Like, I mean, what's the point with that question? It's kind of confusing. Puka Darling says, go to Nan while you're displaced. My Thai family is there. Nan. I am still in Bangkok. I'm only out of my apartment for another 2 weeks, but I'm back in Bangkok because that's where business is. Hijikata says, you're the only channel I go to for RKA info. Thanks for the coverage. My pleasure. I'm going to get you accurate information today. Gary Lee says, hey, Dal, any extra money you have left over, you can keep it. Also, I hope he doesn't get a criminal record. He does not. He is not. It's going to be taken care of. Kathy Swamp Queen says, Mango Mindset, how's the finger? I just took the Band-Aid off, but it was looking a little rough. Which one was it over here? Anyways, it's recovered. It's recovered, but it was looking a little like spongy. Take it, Peter. Says, as a Danish veteran now serving in the Canadian Navy, world is crazy. Thank you for the charity streams. Which one was it for? Oh man, Danielle would know. It's 6 a.m. in the morning, so my mind. Then that was months ago, but I would have to double check. There were a couple that we'd gone through, and we ended up ultimately gathering about $8,000 for veterans. But Danielle could get you the name that we donated to. Nick Gross says, crossing my fingers for max sentencing and making an example out of RCAF for $4.99. Thank you. Brian for 10 says, can you rank order what you think the total amount of prison time served for Vitalia's cameraman or RKI? I think it would be Vitali maybe number 1, RKI number 2, and the cameraman number 3. That would be interesting. Okay, I'm going to skip. Okay, guys, I've answered the question about the North Korean propaganda, so I am going to skip ones about that. Real Solo Sakoa says, the article says he's been charged, not arrested. Well, I'll go back and get more information on that. However, the good news is that they are taking action fast, very fast. Yurik Serena says, this is for Philippines getting a big W. Boo Boo says, man, you're up early. Thank you for the Philippine pesos. Pirla Axe 02, NZ899 says, I'm loosely following the RKI case. When is this court date? Great coverage, by the way. Thank you. I try to do my best. To make sure I'm doing good coverage. And by the way, oh yeah, this is another one. I was pulling up the Vitali information. I guess this is the one over here in Deserto. Vitali's cameraman arrested and facing charges. Boom. So there you go. All right. Hey, well, says, who would win, RKI or Mango? What about the cabbage? Germ70 says, did you ever think Johnny was going to manage the screw up so much he'd be arrested for 5 to 10 years? Well, if he keeps getting arrested as the case goes on, it's only going to make it worse. Proxy 4818 says, I wonder what RKI is going to be left when Hank turns on him. Pretty sure it's going to come. All the mods, as far as I know, have either distanced themselves from him or turned on him outright, and Gino left him. Some of them left and came back, and some other people are around, but they all eventually turn on Johnny because there's no real loyalty there. Kettlefire Charmer Hilta says for 10, gonna miss both Mume and Gura. By the way, in regards to Cinder sending multiple creators, while it's not illegal, wouldn't it be enough to prevent Cinder going after gamer subs if they cut ties with her? Well, I'm not sure exactly the point of the question. I mean, there's a lot of liability tucked in there, and go watch my VTuber stream. I answered that, so you're gonna have to go back to that stream. Lacey Bradshaw became a new member. Isabel Duncan says, sorry I'm late. Wasn't there another stream? Nope, this is the only stream I've had today. Pilot Girl says, Hanky Poo needs a number to form the list. There's no charges against Hank right now. Let's be accurate. All right. So I want to bring us to the second big thing. This is the second large thing that I wanted to discuss with you today, because Ramsey really thinks that this is a W for him. He truly believes that he got a W. By the way, we got a W because we hit the goal. So thank you so much for hitting the goal. Appreciate you guys getting there. Thank you.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the thing that Johnny thinks he won on, because he thinks he got a W. But it's very important to show that he did not. And of course, to do that, we've got a trusty, a dusty PowerPoint. That's right, we got a PowerPoint here today. Of course we do. All right. Here's today's RKI update. The last one for April over there for you guys. It's actually May for me. Still April for you guys. But let's get this PowerPoint going. So here's the W for Johnny. And I want to read this out. So this appears
shouldn't have done that. It is what it is. It's not like there was a bunch of other examples of PewDiePie being massively fucking racist. I've seen some of the other examples that people have. They're not examples. They're just bullshit. No, there's not a bunch of other examples. With Logan Paul, everybody already knew he was an asshole. So whenever he recorded dead people in Japan, it's like, oh, wow, it's an asshole being an asshole. I can't believe it. And then he puts out an apology video, and then he just goes back and keeps doing the same stuff. That's it. Kevin Hart, I mean, I think it's like I don't know. He's like more of a mainstream celebrity. So I don't know really the nuances of that. I have no idea. I remember he said bad things about like gay people and then they didn't want him to host the Oscars. But I still see Kevin Hart in movies pretty regularly. So I guess people didn't really give a shit. Yeah, he just made jokes. What's a good apology video? A good apology video is whenever you say very clearly what you did. And then you're like, yeah, this was a fuck up. And then you're like, I'm not going to do this anymore. And that's it. You don't have to like justify, like any time that you try to come up with a bunch of reasons of why it was okay for you to do it or why you thought it was okay, every single time you do that, it's bad. There's never going to be a time where that is a good thing. It's like trying to pull a toy out of a dog's mouth. Like, the more you try to pull the toy away, the more the dog's going, and it's going to bite down even harder and, like, try to pull away from you. Like, you will never, ever, ever fucking get away with that. Because people love to hate somebody on the internet. You're not going to tell them, hey, this fun thing that you love indulging in, you're actually wrong for doing it. No, bro. Like, they don't want you to apologize. They hate you, and they feel great about it. The last thing they want is an apology. That solves the whole problem. Then they have to think about their own real life problems. You're ruining their fucking life by apologizing. You see what I'm saying? Good apology equals no excuses. Yeah, I mean, and again, I think it's also, it's just the way that you do it. Like, no apology. Remember the Andrew Callahan apology video whenever he was like creepy to girls? It was like a 3-minute video. He was like, yeah, guys, I thought I was doing okay. I thought it was all right. Really kind of wasn't. I fucked up. I drink a lot and I'm seeking help. I'm sorry. And that's it. See ya. So yeah, that's it. And everybody was like, yeah, well, that was really bad. Shouldn't have done that, but okay.
First, I want to start this video by saying thank you. I just want to genuinely say thank you.
Although this video did nothing to fix her image, as after taking a 7-month break from the platform, she'd return with an upload titled Where I've Been, which received an impressively terrible 98% dislike ratio, solidifying just how much damage this one video had done.
Well, people hate like content creators, and this is the same with like these family content creators, and it's like, oh yeah, this is our family channel, and then like you find out that they're beating the kids with a spatula to make them like act crazy for a YouTube video. Well, this is psycho. Like, nobody wants to see this. It's disgusting. So yeah, I mean, yeah, is a daddy a 5? Yeah, I remember there was one of those. I think there's more than one too. So it's like, as soon as that illusion is broken, nobody is gonna just be like, oh yeah, okay, never mind.
Then dislike ratio, solidifying just how much damage this one video had done.
And also, people hate people that abuse animals. Like, nobody likes that shit. It's the same as like abusing kids. Like, that's like one of the actual things that if you do this, nobody will like you. Like, there are people that have a certain degree of not giving a fuck. But most people either don't give a fuck or don't like you. There's nobody who's going to be like, wow, cool, bro.
Done. However, at least Brooke was never arrested for the controversy, as when Count Dankula posted a 2-minute 23-second clip of his dog, he'd end up appearing in court. The video was uploaded in April 2016, and the premise was as follows.
Girlfriend is always ranting and raving about how cute and adorable her wee dog is, so I thought I would turn him into the least cute thing that I could think of.
In order to achieve this, Count Dankula taught his dog to perform a very controversial salute, with the video video racking up 2 million views in the weeks after it was uploaded.
Yeah, and they tried to like
Initially,
sue
the
him or
video was
something
seen
like
as a
that.
bit of comedic fun. However, on the 18th of February 2017, approximately 10 months later, Count Dankula would post a picture to Twitter confirming that he'd been arrested and would have to appear in court for posting the video. 5 months later, Count Dankula would take to Twitter once again, stating, "Trial starts tomorrow, no jury, only a judge. But it will be an open trial, as in members of the public can attend, and as a result, many fans showed their support at the trial." However, this didn't seem to have any impact on the decision made by the judge, who ruled Count Dankula guilty and ordered him to pay a $1,000 fine. The judge stated,
"That's pretty impressive. Like, I am glad to be an American. I will tell you that. Absolutely. $1,000 fine for teaching a dog a Nazi salute. This is insane." He never paid it, I don't think. No, he shouldn't have to. It's stupid.
As a matter of law, the test is not whether the video was offensive, but whether it was grossly offensive. I concluded that your video was not just offensive, but grossly so, as well as menacing. Count Dankula was able to overcome this hiccup and still maintains his popularity on YouTube up until this day.
Well, I think also with Count Dankula as an example is that Count Dankula became like a, like he started pushing back against a lot of this type of censorship stuff entirely. So it completely like counterfired or misfired. It did the opposite effect, because nobody is going to see a guy who did, like, you watch the original video, it's clear that this is not a malicious person. So, or at least it is not clear that they are a malicious person. It just seems like a goofball who did whatever. And nobody is going to see, like, yeah, this is definitely somebody worth punishing. Can't believe the trial occurred, let alone ended in a guilty verdict. Well, I can. It's in Europe. Bro, like, I don't live there. Like, there's plenty of shit that's against the law that's stupid in other countries. I don't give a fuck. That's not my problem at all. It's an EU moment, yeah.
The same can't be said for the Try Guys member Ned Fulmer, whose entire career came to a crashing end after a single video was posted of Ned cheating on his wife.
Ooh.
The girl in the video was fellow BuzzFeed employee Alex Herring, who had been in BuzzFeed videos with Ned before, and after the original screenshot of the two kissing went viral, a bunch of other evidence surfaced to confirm that Ned and Alex had been seeing each other behind the scenes. The event was so scandalous not only because Ned, his wife, and Alex were all public figures, but because Ned's main shtick within the videos was that he loved his wife so much and was
exactly. So that's the real problem, is that if you, the thing is, there are plenty of people and they cheat on their wife and it doesn't affect them at all. But if you're going to be the guy that cheats on your wife all the time, don't make half of your content about how much you like her. You know, just don't do that, because that's how you actually get canceled, is whenever you put out an image and then you do the opposite.
Therefore extremely dedicated to the marriage. Ned was literally known as the wife guy who would constantly talk about his wife and how much he loved her, to the point where people have made compilations on YouTube of him mentioning her. As a result of the scandal, Ned was fired from his high status position as one of the Try Guys, which was followed by the group posting their own video to explain the decision.
Ned Fulmer is no longer working with the Try Guys.
We found that Ned had engaged in conduct unbecoming of our team, and we knew that we could not move forward with him.
He's now been fired and has publicly embarrassed his wife and 2 children. Turns out Mr. Nice Guy Dependable isn't so nice and dependable after all.
That's why people don't
Ned
like
Fulmer
him.
had months to stop his eventual collapse. However, PewDiePie wasn't quite
so. I'll say that for sure. Yeah, it's like unbecoming. Yeah, well, think about it like this, right? You've got 4 dudes, and then one guy is doing this one thing that makes everybody hate him. And he makes himself look bad, and he makes you guys look bad too because you're hanging out with them. Why would you, like, I mean, you've got to remember, like, Try Guys is like, this is like a business venture. So whenever this guy's fucking with the business, then nobody wants to deal with that.
So lucky, as after making a single joke in a single video, he'd accidentally changed the social media landscape forever. The video was titled "I've Discovered the Greatest Thing Online," and it was posted on the 11th of January 2017. The premise was that PewDiePie was testing out the website Fiverr.
There's a website called Fiverr where you basically can ask anyone for anything for $5.
And therefore, as you might suspect, the video wasn't all that controversial in the beginning. He'd order a subscribe message from Jesus, pay to have his pictures photoshopped, and even had someone sing to him in Hebrew. However, it would be after PewDiePie ordered from the guys dancing in the jungle that things became controversial. As a part of the Fiverr deal, PewDiePie was given the opportunity to write a 5-word message, which the guys would hold up on a sign in the video. Well, PewDiePie decided to have a bit of fun with it and wrote an anti-Semitic phrase just to see if they'd do it. And as you can tell from PewDiePie's reaction, they most certainly did, leading PewDiePie to state this:
I didn't think they would actually do it. I feel partially responsible, but just I didn't think they would actually do it.
Well, it's like if you didn't think that they would do it and you thought it was bad, it's not like, did this happen live? I mean, I thought he uploaded the video. So he uploaded the video. Yeah, he just put, then why put it in there? I mean, it's very obvious. Like, I mean, this kind of stuff, as I said, it's like doing the, like, is it a joke? Is it not a joke? I see how it's kind of a joke. I can see why people get mad. I don't think this is a reason to, like, ruin or, like, end somebody's career, but it's kind of dumb. Like, it's like one of those weird gray areas.
Like, I'm not anti-Semitic or whatever it's called. Okay, so don't get the wrong idea. It was a funny meme, and I didn't think it would work. Okay.
Which was followed by the video being uploaded as usual. However, the response that the video generated certainly wasn't usual, as only 3 days later, articles began to pop up explaining that PewDiePie had been dropped by his Disney-owned multi-channel network. Upon seeing Disney drop PewDiePie, other advertisers such as Johnson & Johnson, the UK government, Coca-Cola, and Dr. Pepper removed all advertising from the platform, fearing that they might be put beside some unsavory content.
See, this is why whenever you make content, it's always better to get funded directly by your audience, and like on Twitch, like you have subs and stuff like that. Like, that's what really matters, because like if you don't, you can always have shit like this happen. As the adpocalypse? Yeah, exactly. Advertisers are pathetic. Well, advertisers are just constantly afraid of 50 Twitter moms calling into the advertising department or the marketing department saying they're never going to buy their their products made by slave labor again. So yeah, that's why they're just afraid of that. And I don't think it's that big of a deal whenever people get mad about shit online. It's like very, very uncommonly effective. So it's not the actual reason for the apocalypse. I think it was like probably like a number of different things. This just might have been like the the one that set it over the line. Twitch has adverts. That's why people get banned. Oh yeah. No, and that's why nobody's getting banned really on Kick, too, is because Kick doesn't have a bunch of advertisers. Advertisers are why companies have TOSs. What do you think, Twitch gives a fuck about what people broadcast? They don't care. It doesn't matter. It's the same as any of these other companies. They don't give a shit. Like, they only care because it fucks with their money.
To get these advertisers to return, YouTube introduced the demonetization of non-family friendly content, leading some creators to instantly lose more than half of their revenue.
With us, our YouTube money was cut by more than 60%.
PewDiePie has since made a pretty good argument for why the adpocalypse wasn't really his fault. However, there was definitely no argument that Ryan Taylor could make after he'd post a completely unhinged video titled Nerf War in Toys R Us. The video began with the explanation that Toys R Us was closing down permanently, and therefore it would serve as the perfect place to have a Nerf war before they officially closed. However, for the exact same reason, the staff members seemed completely unconcerned about keeping their jobs and began to tackle the boys instantly.
Bro, and the thing is, like, who cares if he gets fired? The store's shutting down anyway. Yeah, let's throw hands at the Toys R Us. Yeah, let's go to war. Get down on the ground. Let's wrestle for it.
After this exchange occurred, the conflict escalated further.
You have no authority, bro, so I'll slam you back. Don't try and touch me, bro, and even you. Idiot.
Bro, that's not gonna end good, I'm telling you right now.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh. He got it. Camera's on the ground. There you go, glasses off. Oh yeah, there you go.
Which eventually
Kids are
resulted
watching.
in them being kicked out and wrecking half of the
Bro, this is what did this get uploaded on YouTube or World Star? Holy shit. I'm gonna be honest, like you go into a store like that, you start being disrespectful, going shit like that. Like I've said before, like violence is not the solution for stuff, but the moment that you go onto somebody else's space and like you're going into somebody's house, you're going into somebody's property, you go into somebody's like, I don't give a fuck if the employees did that. This guy is being disrespectful. He could, like, they don't know if it's a Nerf gun or not. Like, there's people running around, yelling in their store, recording people. There's kids there. Bro, I don't give a fuck if that employee tackled them. I think that's totally fucking fine. Yeah, you get what you fucking deserve.
The video most certainly received a mixed response. Some people saw it as a hilarious piece of entertainment, while others saw Ryan as nothing more than an idiot, messing
Well,
with
yeah, that's the difference between people that are teenagers and people that aren't teenagers yet. Because even if you're 14, you can see that these people are acting like assholes. Yeah, I mean, they're acting like assholes. No, but it's for content, right? And that's what it really comes down to, is that as long as you're making good content like this, people won't really give a shit, even if it's at somebody else's expense. Why do the employees care? I think there's a lot of reasons. They don't want to get fired for it. Number one, it's disrespectful. It's liability. Like, I think that these guys were probably being assholes to them first. It's like these people are coming into your store and doing this. Yeah, and also, yeah, it's a good one, too. The employees have to clean it up. Yeah, after these guys fuck all this stuff up, they're going to have to be the ones that clean everything up.
low-wage workers who were already about to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
But while Ryan Taylor had some support for the controversial video, the same couldn't be said for Logan Paul, who quite possibly holds the gold trophy for the most damage done to a reputation as the result of one single video.
I don't think so. I really don't. I mean, Logan Paul's done so many things, like, who even remembers the Suicide Forest? Like, this was, like, years ago. He's had so many controversies since then. Yeah, this is, bro, this is in the rearview mirror. Like, now we're, like, in Crypto Zoo. There was, like, the Pokemon card thing before that. Like, it's just, this is not really the... This guy's had so many controversies, it kind of gets, what's the word for it? People are desensitized.
Japan Forest Vlog. 3 words that transport everybody back to the 31st of December 2017, when Logan decided that he wanted to have an unconventional New Year's Eve.
2 years ago, I fell in love with the idea of, for New Year's, slowing it down, like going somewhere that's really isolated. So we're in Tokyo, Japan, right? I figured this was the perfect time to do it, because if you look to my right, Logang, I give you the Aoki Gahara.
Ooh. After deciding to camp in the forest, Logan and his crew found someone who had recently passed away, and while Logan was extremely serious in the beginning, it wouldn't be long before he began to make jokes. At this point in time, Logan was one of YouTube's most hated creators, so when he
Oh my god, where is it?
Jokes. At this point in time, Logan
This is some shit, yeah. Oh my god. But how bad this was? Yeah, it's like, you know what I said about how like cultural appropriation is like not a big deal in like 99% of cases? I think you could argue this is the 1%. Yep, this right here is the 1%. This is the time the mount actually drops. This is the rare spawn. Can't recover from this? Not in a lifetime? Bro, Logan Paul has already recovered. He's already recovered from CryptoZoo because he has the Prime energy drink. What do you think? 12-year-olds are going to stop drinking Prime because of some video by some coffee guy? Like, who gives a shit about that? Logan Paul's so cool. He's rich. He's about, like, he abandoned his fucking pig. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop this guy.
Was one of YouTube's most hated creators, so when he uploaded the video, it created the perfect storm for the entire world to pile on with criticism.
I've never been hated
The pressure
by the
put
whole
on
world.
Logan prompted the now iconic "So Sorry" apology.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
And while this video received over 60 million views, making it quite possibly the most well-known mistake in YouTube's history, Logan was eventually able to repair his reputation using some very unique strategies.
Yeah, he sure did. Oh my god. The apology video's a meme. Well, at least it wasn't 20 minutes long, okay? Like, I'll definitely say that's a W, because there's so many of these other guys. It's like they spend so much time doing the stuff. It's like, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, I know. Classic Sonny V videos, no ending. Well, I think it's fine. I mean, the video was good. It's like, what do we need an ending? Like, obviously that's what happened. The fact that Logan recovered from his first canceling just to come back and get into another scandal is so bold. And the best part about it is that, let's be honest, guys, is there anybody who thinks CryptoZoo is going to be the last scandal? Like, there's nobody that actually believes this, right? No. Like, I'm sure there's going to be another one that comes out in, it's going to be like a new game release. Yeah, it's not. It's barely started. I don't know, man. Not the last. Yeah, I know. What is this here? No such thing as bad publicity. Yes, there is. No such thing as bad publicity is somebody who's getting bad publicity's version of coping. There is absolutely, like, look at this. Like, how does anybody say that? Like, do you think that this was good for J Station? To say that his girlfriend died and one like is one prayer? No, it wasn't. This was really bad. It's a boomer take. It's a boomer take by people that think that they know more than they do. He got fucking bad. He did. But look at the girl. Where's the dog girl? Was this good for her? I would say no. Yeah, it worked though. She was revived. So wait, you're saying that she actually died, but because J-Station made the video with the Ouija board and everybody liked the video, that their prayers and the Ouija board was able to bring her back to life in such a complete way that she didn't even know that she had died? Look. There is a chance that could have happened. Now, that chance is probably 0%, but the chance does exist. Yeah, of course. I think that's about right. Yeah, it's probably somewhere around 0%. That happens in my D&D game. Yeah, and we played that one, the Jesus game, too. And so, like, yeah, we've seen this happen before. It's not like it's impossible. I'll link you guys this video. I love these videos. I love talking about like YouTube stuff like this. I find it to be very interesting. I find it to be hilarious, honestly. It is my favorite. I need to watch some of these longer videos. There's like 5 or more of these longer videos that I just haven't had the opportunity to look into. Because it's like, there's like the what's it called? The Internet Historian video I need to watch. Yeah, exactly. It's only good publicity in all cases if you have no public image to begin with, in my opinion. No, I don't think so. I think that people with no public image, like look at Mick Gordon, for example. I think that's a direct example of that not being the case. Mick Gordon was not really very well known publicly, but after they wrote that post about him and it made